A very good evening and welcome to Championship Friday here at the MODUS Super Series. No half of the field for the big night tomorrow, but the final half worth of invitations are going to be handed out this evening. And the first ever man to pick up this trophy is in a little bit of trouble. This is what happened last night. Former champion Conan Whitehead finds himself in danger of missing out on the big night. No wins on night one. It's all to do for Co. Moreno Miquel's won the Sochi game yesterday. He'll need a big evening to progress through. Chris Quantock had a half-and-half night. 4 points puts him in third position, beating Whitehead with this 1-5-2 finish. Bob Grundy won his first three before then being succumbed in his final match of the evening to Daryl Pilgrim. And the perfect Mr. P, if he beats Grundy in the first game, will make Super Series history by breaking the record for most consecutive wins. And as you can tell, it's a Blazers-only club on a big night like tonight. The asset, Paul Nicholson, alongside me up here on the balcony. And the former champion, Conan Whitehead, is in a little bit of peril, it has to be said.
It couldn't have gone much worse on Thursday night, that's for sure. But the good thing for him is that the group has worked its way out where everybody's got a different amount of points and he still has a chance. It's a very thin chance, but you'd rather have that than nothing.
Well, let's have a look and see the tournament bracket, because we know half of the field now that are going to be at tomorrow's Champions Night. We've known since Wednesday Andreas Harrison is going to be there, and early on this afternoon we confirmed the spots of Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki. Jim McEwen returning for his second Champions Night.
Very impressed with him. I think his style of patient play really did bode well from the off. I know that he was very humble in his interviews with yourself and Chris Murphy over the last couple of days. But the way he was able to plot his way through the group was very impressive. He never panicked. He did something very, very steady throughout the group. But he did have the tiniest bit more when he needed it in the group. And it was Białecki who was sweating it at the end. It was McEwen who got through with time to spare. And I think he's going to feel very confident going to Saturday.
So that is how Group C finished up. We're going to round off Group B between now and around about 1 a.m. This is how the land lies in the table for the first night worth of action. And really, it was two players that dominated the group. Daryl Pilgrim won every single one of those games. We're going to talk about him in just a second, but I want to heap some praise on Rob Grundy, because perhaps what he did last night, winning his first three games, has gone under the radar a little bit because of Daryl Pilgrim and because at the other end of the table, Conan Whitehead.
I think when someone wins all of their games, they need all the praise because they haven't done anything wrong. Daryl Pilgrim last night did not face any threat whatsoever when he was playing well, but even when he wasn't playing well, he was still good enough. But Grundy, even though he did lose a game last night, I think we've talked about his continual improvement day on day. And I've been very impressed with him this week. He's actually a better player than I thought he was. But that's the benefit of seeing so many games from a player and seeing them over the course of 4 days. I now expect from him, it's just a question of whether he delivers tonight enough to get his way into the top 1, 2 or 3.
You mentioned there Daryl Pilgrim wasn't touched last night. Does that either A, show that he's maybe a class above the field, or B, can that also raise us some question marks if there's a push come to shove moment tonight?
There may be a push come to shove moment, but if that's going to happen, it's going to have to be early, because if he wins his first game, then he can cruise the rest of the night. I think with Daryl, to say that he is a cut above the rest is maybe just a little too premature, but he is definitely on a faster track than some of the others because of the experience he's got with us and the experience he has gained on the Pro Tour this year.
And what about Conan Whitehead? Because he's bottom of the table, didn't pick up a win last night, but can he feel hard done by because of the performances his opponents put in yesterday?
I think it's very hard for us to say that he's hard done by, but if you look at what his opponents were doing to him last night, it was something that we have barely seen in any venue with the MODUS Super Series since we started. I calculated that 55% for his opponents last night on doubles. That's 4 different opponents, and put together, you're talking about approaching 60% of the time they're hitting their doubles. That does not happen very often at all. So maybe, to answer your question, he will feel a little hard done by, but he's going to get the chances tonight. He's going to have to take every single one of them.
I'll tell you what, that was a Hello Darkness, My Old Friend montage, that one, wasn't it? The many faces of Conan Whitehead last night. Now, let's see what, after what happened on the opening night, how the outrights look in terms of the bookies' bets. Now, we both looked at this and we both saw the fourth bracket down. 25 to 1.
24 hours ago, I was standing here with you and we were talking about how the odds compilers had got every single thing right. As far as Pilgrim at the top, yeah, get it. Rob Grundy, yes. Quantock, get it. Whitehead and Mikkels at 25 to 1 each seems a bit strange. But to have Conan at that bracket at 25 to 1 based on the scenario that would have to happen for him to win the group, that is ridiculous. It should be probably 4 to 5 times more than that. But maybe the bookies know something we don't. If that happens tonight, if Conan wins the group, I will gladly say I was wrong. But my word, that is short for someone who is bottom of the table right now.
Well, the only way that can actually happen is if every player finishes on 8 points, which has never been done here at the Super Series before. But having a look again, just dissecting those odds a bit more, where would be the value in terms of maybe not so much winning the group, but perhaps getting through in those second and third spots?
I think maybe Mikkels. I think if you look at what he's done in his first night in Champions Week, he was very impressive. I thought his 180 hitting, particularly in the first half last night, was very good. If he gets enough chances and he maintains what has been a group-wide brilliant percentage on doubles, then anything could happen tonight. And I'm being completely selfish when I say this. I would love to see everybody on 8 points. It would be something else.
It'd be dramatic. This is the bet builder for tonight's action. Just under 7.5 to 1. And some may say there could be maybe a couple of bets out there which could be a little bit bold. But actually, you look, if you actually break it down, it's not the worst bet builder we've ever seen.
Not at all. Whitehead can go hot on the 180s. And against Mikkels, I do see that game having plenty of legs. So plenty of opportunity for him to get 2 180s or more. I think the same with Pilgrim and Grundy. And Pilgrim, though he's not someone who walks around with a lot of 180 prowess, he's definitely got that in the locker. And I just think those top two especially are very, very good indeed.
So 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series tonight. Right, first up for us, it is Whitehead up against Quantock. Now, Conan is the first man to lift this title. He promised to be back here tomorrow night. If he's going to do it, he's going to need a big night, and he's going to have to begin with a win against Quantock. Paul is going to make his way down to the commentary box. Subscribe all the action on Championship Friday alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, Conan Whitehead, the first ever winner of a MODUS Super Series Champions Week, has dug himself a hole and is now trying to build some kind of ladder to climb out of it. It was a remarkable night for the Barbarian. He didn't play that bad, as was just discussed. The 37-year-old from Kent, who, as mentioned, just around a year ago, lifted the trophy on that stage. The man that really put the final nail in with that stunning 152 checkout was Chris Quantock in the last
First leg,
leg.
it's Conan to throw first.
That
Game
night
on.
for Whitehead. Owen Binks, a referee for this night. Can it start better than it went all evening for Conan on that occasion?
38.
It's a slow start for Co.
140.
Quick start for Quantock. And that is not what Whitehead would be hoping to see. A case of darting deja vu. He needs to turn that negativity into positivity this evening. But it just takes another one of those
45.
matches, another one of those legs, and you may see all the hope start to disappear. But he does have hope. And this first match, Paul, could be the most important match of tonight.
I think the only way we're going to say that again and again and again
125.
is if Conan keeps winning. What was your take on last night, Murph? Because Henry asked me the question of whether
99.
Conan had a right to feel hard done by. Well, darts can be cruel, right? And people were specifically cruel to him. And
131.
that's a compliment because they understand just how good he is here in Portsmouth.
He's just got the dart that he doesn't want. And that was something that he was reacting to as well.
58.
It was a
Pressure
low
required
dart blocking
60.
the treble 20.
Tops for Quanny.
Game shot on the
It's
first
happening
leg.
again.
Chris Quantock.
Now, while this game is young, let us just marvel
Second against Chris
at
to throw
what
first.
was
Game on.
an absolutely stunning night of doubling from everybody in this group.
60.
Looking at the numbers earlier this afternoon, my head was spinning like that young girl in The Exorcist. Because
I'm
going to ask you a question
180.
as we get our first 180 of the night from Conan. Who last night had the worst percentage on doubles?
You're making everyone aware that I didn't do my research, Paul. How dare
Well,
you?
I do
83.
these and you do the other ones.
Right, if I was going to guess, I would say probably...
140.
I'm gonna say Darryl Pilgrim.
It isn't. It's actually Chris Quantock. And for last night, he was 40% on doubles,
Wow.
and he was the worst.
You can see why I didn't get that right, Paul, can't you?
Yeah, that's how obscure it is.
But he's 1 out of 1 in this one. It's an
100.
immediate break of Co. He might be breaking back.
My second question is, who was the best, percentage-wise?
134. Can I have quite 81?
I'll answer in a moment. Whitehead looking at 81. Doesn't have to go the 12 bull route because Quantock has managed to leave
49.
166.
$130. Can you require 32?
A nice approach from Quantock, just in case Conan does not find the target. This is monstrous.
24.
I'm going to say Rob Grundy had the
Chris,
best,
you
and then you're
require
going to tell me it was actually
36.
Conan Whitehead.
It was Conan Whitehead. 50% for the night.
Wow.
Double 9. Well, that's a let-off for Conan.
28.
He might
Can you
need a couple
require
of them
8?
tonight. You don't want to do it too often.
Game shot on the second
No messing
leg.
this time. No
Conan
missing
Whitehead.
with that second dart. And Conan Whitehead is, well, not only level, but back in the box seat as
So
far
look,
as
it's
this
Conan to throw first. Game on.
incredibly important arrows encounter goes. There's that dart again. And I think sometimes he's switching too late, Paul. What's your take on
58.
that?
Yeah, I think if he gets that dart, he's got to go to the 18s with dart 2 and dart 3 potentially. He's so good on that 54. But if you look at the dartboard with that
57.
split camera that has become very famous in darts, that one finds the target and he can attack that. Oh, you want to get away from that one now.
138.
That one was dangling in there. The treble 18 is just a little bit lower than that treble 20. So the natural switch, if you're finding that small 20,
45.
is the 18 for Conan. It will feel way more comfortable.
Champions night tomorrow night. He's kept
58.
saying he will be there, but now he looks like he really is tiptoeing across the tightrope with no safety net.
140.
He doesn't need to win the group to be there on Saturday. He just needs to get into the top 3. I think that's where the odds
43.
compilers might be getting a little bit confused because he doesn't have to win the group. I mean, Białecki could win tomorrow, and he didn't win a group this week.
57.
And that's why this match is so important, because if Whitehead wins it, he's only 2 points away from third place Quantock.
Yeah.
If he loses it, he's 6 points.
And he's already in a mode of, I need to deprive
140.
McKells and Quantock of points when I play them. And if other people deprive them as well, then he could be in a very good position by the time we get to game 6.
64.
The annoying thing for him is that Quantock and McKells are going to play in their next match.
Game
That's
shot.
very nice done from Whitehead. He's doing his bit. He's going to need things to go his way. He may well need to win every single match tonight.
Look, it's Chris to throw first.
Just touching on Conan one more time, he had the second best running average last night, and he had the best doubles percentage.
80.
So you might think that this game's a bit cruel sometimes. It's definitely a little bit cruel.
60.
But as a collective, hat tipped to every single person who played last night. 53 hits at double, 119 attempts.
96.
46% for the night. I cannot remember a night like that before. That was special.
That is the perfect dart for Whitehead, that first one.
125.
Went underneath it, the last one got loose. Just saw the difference there. Quantock blocking the treble 20 bed low, as he's done again, and immediately switching.
96.
We've levelled the tiniest bit of criticism at Steve West this week, who has been very stubborn on that treble 20. But some people play that way. They can find their way around
62.
the blocker darts better than some others. So it's not for us to criticise, it's for us to notice, yes. But you've got to understand people's games
41.
to level proper criticism. That's better.
180.
Well, he's closing in on the first win in this group. You could only complete the full
100.
marathon
Conan, you require 74.
step by step, pace by pace. And Whitehead may be taking his first steps here.
34.
Has to now rely on Quantock not taking this
You
out to come
require
back.
88.
Based on the way that Conan rolls this week, Connie's going to hit this on the bullseye.
It is the button. And he
Gage
pushes the
on the
button.
fourth leg.
And maybe even
Chris Quantock.
presses the button on the tungsten trapdoor for Conan Whitehead to fall through.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw
cannot
first.
believe it.
Game on.
Ouch.
Well, flat out, he's getting sick of this. And I don't blame him.
84.
By the way, we're talking about this race for third place potentially and trying to stay in, just trying to survive Conan Whitehead here. But a little subplot is that
123.
if Conan Whitehead wins this match, then Daryl Pilgrim would qualify by winning the next match. Because, of course, he'd get to
140.
10 points. And when you've got that and everybody has points, that means you're through.
Yeah, but he's getting Grundy at
134.
almost Grundy o'clock. He plays much better from what we've seen this week, a little bit earlier in the schedule. Last night, I think Pilgrim got Grundy
59.
at exactly the right time, whereas tonight, maybe not so.
And the added pressure, if you can call it that, of breaking that record. That winning streak would become
60.
17. He would be standing alone on that Roll of Honour.
Now that he's aware of it, he might just heap a little bit extra pressure on himself because he likes a record.
94.
Jim McEwen actually said he hopes he does break it, the man who shares it with him right now.
You think he really meant that? I think he did. I think McEwen's the kind of guy to do that.
168. Can you have a
And
124?
Quantock's the kind of guy to do that. 54 in bull. Can't get him back on the red button.
39.
And this
Chris,
is
you
not
require
going to
16.
plan.
I just wonder if that bullseye just knocked all the stuffing out of Conan
Games on the
Whitehead.
fifth leg.
Because he was in a
Chris
position, wasn't he? In a
Quantock.
very good position to get this job done. And then that bull goes in and suddenly it's Groundhog
Sixth leg,
Day
it's Chris to throw first.
for Conan
Game
Whitehead.
on.
And look at what their opponents, his opponents are doing to him. It's 60% again
96.
from someone playing Conan. It's as if they're in that game show, The Cube, and his opponents are getting
140.
a simplify every time, and Conan isn't.
43.
Yeah, he's pulled some faces over the last couple of nights, but anyone watching would have been right there with him, sympathising, empathising.
180.
He's emphasising his own ability there. Fabulous third 180 of the match.
123.
If Quantock is not going to slow down tonight, Whitehead might need Rob Grundy to have a nightmare tonight.
140.
Well, this is an excellent response. Conan Whitehead could have been forgiven for chucking his darts on the floor and storming off the
44.
stage
Only
to
required
be seen again
41.
in Series 6. Instead, back against the wall, he has come out swinging here.
9.
Look on the bright side. Quanny's not on a finish this time. Even he can't finish 195. Can't mess around on these doubles, though. Got to get rid of them
81.
quickly.
Got on your required 32.
Break the throw here. You've got the darts on the last leg.
Game shot on the 6th flag. Conan
Well, we
Whitehead.
said that match 1 could well be the most important, the most significant.
7th and
Friday
final against
night.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
This leg now could be that. It swung one way, then the other. Conan Whitehead's experienced those all too familiar feelings, but this time,
100.
can he go and get it? Can he come through the arrow's adversity and finally takes victory in Group B?
140.
Is a 15 darter going to be enough? What he would give for a 12.
140.
What he would give for another 140 and a 1-2-1 out. Because we know that would be enough.
100.
And that would get the fire in the belly feeling like a furnace. And he's got the 140 as well.
140.
Well, you know Quantock's going to leave at 161 or maybe 121 himself.
140. Conan,
He does. Well, this is.
121.
I mean, the script is written here for Conan Whitehead to miss the bullseye and then Quantock to hit it. But Whitehead doesn't have to bother with the bullseye. Is one going to go his way? You bet it is. Conan Whitehead gets the win.
Conan
That sets up a
Whitehead.
real thrilling finale to Group B. It was long awaited. It was hard fought, but Conan has conquered Quantock in a last leg decider with a stunning 1-2-1 checkout. A dozen darter to get the job done. That was absolutely electrifying and just the start that was needed to set up a really intriguing tale on the final night of Group B. Coming next, we'll see if Daryl Pilgrim can qualify when he takes on Rob Grundy.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the former champion Conan Whitehead got his first win of Group B by 4 legs to 3 against Chris Quantock. And because he won, he's given me a bit of a present. But there's a reason why he may have given me a bit of a flight, because if we can have a look here, have a look at the setup there. The flight has been absolutely battered. Now, he glues his flight and his stems together. And as you can see there, as we twist it back round, there's a real struggle there, and it's really bitten to its core. Anyway, there goes my audition for the shopping channel, and I will not be working on QVC anytime soon. But our second match of the night sees Daryl Pilgrim in action against Rob Grundy. Pilgrim, well, he's in a game of making history here at the Live Lounge in Port. So victory here will be 17 in a row, surpassing the record set by Jim McEwen last year. He takes on Rob Grundy, who's second place in the group and won 3 of his first 4 matches before losing to Pilgrim in their last game last night. And earlier on this evening, Phil Bars caught up with Mr. P.
Daryl, Friday night here at the Super Series, perfect last night. How would you assess it?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, you can never argue about being perfect. I mean, second and third game wasn't my best, but I did enough to get the wins.
On the verge of Champions Night, 1 win should sew it up. How do you approach the night? Is it not worry about the rest of them, just get it done in that first game?
Yeah, I mean, because I still want to win every game, so I feel like it's no different. I know I'm in a good position, but yeah, just do what I did yesterday.
Is complacency the thing you have to guard against then this evening?
Yeah, definitely. That can be. If you take it too easy, then it can come back and bite you. So it's just another night.
Obviously, we know the other 3 that are there. Have you been taking any attention of Group A and Group C this afternoon?
I've been catching up. I've been seeing little bits here and there. But yeah, I've seen the other ones that have got through so far.
And just looking at it, the group, it's been a tough one. So to come out of it the way you have must fill you with so much confidence ahead of potentially tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, to win 4 out of 4 first night in Champions Week, it's hard enough doing it in a normal week, let alone Champions Week.
You've been so close to that crown. What would it mean if you could lift it tomorrow night?
Oh yeah, absolutely everything. I'm hoping for third time lucky.
Look, we've seen you do brilliant things so far this year, not just here, but on the PDC circuit as well. Do you feel you're ready to take that next step in your darting career?
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm good and ready to take that next step.
Daryl, wish you all the very best.
Cheers, thank you.
And now he's just 1 win away, Daryl Pilgrim. If he remains perfect, then not only will he break that record, you'll get that record winning streak of 17 successive victories at the Super Series, but he will secure his spot at Champions Night tomorrow. And many expected him to be there. The Challenge Tour winner, former Champions Night player, of course, 36 years of age from Croydon, takes on a man from the northeast in Rob Grundy, who's had an excellent campaign so far. Can the grenade throw one into the mix and
First
stop
leg, it's
Pilgrim's
Daryl to throw
perfection?
first.
And
Game
just halt
on.
his chances of qualifying. A win for Grundy here would as good as put him through himself. So again, a big match, albeit at the other end of the table.
Nice opportunity here for these two
93.
to essentially take pressure away from the rest of the night. We saw what pressure was doing to people this afternoon. My word, that really was a thrilling afternoon session
55.
where McEwen looked like the coolest customer in the place. But Daryl was last night, and it is Jim's record he's looking to break.
94.
Have you ever seen a movie called Moneyball with Brad Pitt
Heard of it
and
don't
Jonah
think I've
Hill? It's about baseball. They talk
wasted my
about
time watching that
they
one.
talk
but
about the Oakland A's in Major League Baseball and how they were trying to
100.
create this new culture at the club. And they figured it out mid-season. They went on this long streak of winning matches, and it ended at 20
134.
consecutive games. And there was a sign in the crowd when they went on that streak, and it said, we may never lose again."
140.
What's to say that Daryl Pilgrim will ever lose again here? Because he's already won 16 in a row.
Well, his winning streak could end in £20,000, couldn't it? He could be picking up the top prize.
85.
Remains the favourite to do so, Mr. P. And he's made a good start here after a dozen darts down to 95.
$58.
Wonder how many practice
Now
starts
we
he's going to
require
take tonight.
95.
He's doing it more than ever. And it's
He's
working.
the king of the swingers, isn't he, Daryl Pilgrim?
79.
From Jungle Book.
We require 148.
He's the king of the swingers here. I like it. Very much like you were calling him Mr. Perfect last night instead of Mr. P, which I absolutely love. I think it's a great nickname.
Well, nothing from the grenade here, so Pilgrim will come back, and he's practicing away once again. I wonder if he does that when he's not playing darts, just all day
108.
long, just to keep that
Now we
action.
require 16.
I reckon he does it when he does his shopping.
Game shot on the first leg.
Whatever he does,
Daryl
it
Pilgrim.
works. He'll be walking down the aisle. He'll be wondering what kind of mustard he wants for his
Second
hot
leg,
dogs.
it's Rob to throw
He'll
first.
say to the person in the
Game
supermarket, can I have that one over there? See, I'm just going to point to it. It's round about waist height, the yellow one.
There was a great clip, wasn't there? I think it was involving Pilgrim that one of our wizards behind the scenes put together where he looked like he was
180.
throwing his opponent's darts, basically. 180 from Grundy.
I've already asked our
100.
social media team to get a still of Mr. P doing his ghost dart in the background, and he's doing it all around the world. But it's centralized in Portsmouth right now. Hello. Hello.
180.
Surely not 2 in a week. Come on. We've already been treated to a 9-darter here this week from Sebastian.
Yeah, Biowetsky got that bolt from the blue.
100. Robbie Rock 141.
Can Rob Grundy add his name to the Roll of Honour? He could. Options. He can't find the treble 19 that he went for. I thought he might go for the treble 15.
Just goes to show it's
89.
not Grundhog Day.
Well, I wonder if that'll affect him in any way. You can see how much disappointment is running through his veins right now with the head shakes as he returns. But you'll want to
81.
reset and make sure the leg is in the
Robbie
ledger.
Rock 52.
It's amazing how many times you get 6 perfect darts and lose the leg. But he shouldn't do that from this position. It's all in his hands.
Game
That
shot
is
the
a very
second
good leg of darts.
Rob Grundy.
In fact, it's better than very good. It's world class.
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Pilgrim last night, 92.7 for the night. That's no shock, especially when that's 4 points less than what he averaged in his
140.
qualifying week. Yeah, you heard right. His qualifying week.
Difficult dart for him to navigate, so he switches with great effect.
134.
Rob Grundy could be the one to end this Pilgrim perfect pursuit.
You're starting to sound like that woman from Mr. Popper's Penguins who says more
137.
words starting with P than anything else.
And suddenly I can't think of a single word that starts with P.
How about Pilgrim?
59.
Well, the name Pilgrim is very synonymous with American Thanksgiving, isn't it? We are approaching that holiday
93.
here in November.
Well, Grundy could leave a finish from here. He starts on the 18s. That's the right thing to do now. A couple of treble 20s gets him down to the big fish. Not to beat.
58.
Haven't had one of those this week.
131.
Although Matthew Dennett nearly took 350 and 6 this afternoon. Missed the bullseye for dart number 6. 16 needed till he double 16.
99.
Surgical.
Yeah, good leave. Good match. Both players averaging around 101 after almost 3 legs.
100. Daryl require 32.
Daryl's turn on double 16.
Game shot
No
on the
problem
third
whatsoever.
leg. Daryl
And
Pilgrim.
a 14 dart leg is around about the 107 average. He's halfway to the promised land of another
Full
Super
package, Rob
Series
to throw
record.
first.
He's already
Game on.
got the highest losing average here. He's got the highest winning average. And the streak is almost his.
Well, here he comes again. Another little streak for Grundy.
140.
Gets between them, but not in the same bed. But you're right, Pilgrim. I mean, it's quite fitting as well that in the same match he could break that record. He could qualify for Champions Night.
60.
And weirdly, if that happens, it might relax him for the rest of the night, where he could stretch that record to something as much as, you guessed it, 20. Just like the Auckland A's.
By the way, if you want to
81.
make a pilgrimage to Portsmouth for the Champions Night, then you can do so. Just scan that QR code on your screen right now. The final tickets are still available, but you have to get in quick
60.
to be here to see the likes of Andreas Harrison, Sebastian Białecki, possibly Daryl Pilgrim, definitely Jim McEwen. It's going to be a great night. Great darty party in Pompey. Plenty of those.
180.
Make sure you get to dartshop.tv and get here. But if you can't, make sure you're watching wherever you're watching now.
And if you are coming down to Portsmouth tomorrow night
58.
and you're supporting Daryl
Will
Pilgrim,
be required.
there is a
100.
barber shop next door where you can get his haircut. Just ask for the Mr. P. This is really good from Grundy.
Game
Oh, and
shot
he's done
the
it again.
four flag.
He's a
Rob
ninja
Grundy.
at doing that, at finding the bottom 10% of a double, especially around 10s, 6s, 8s,
If it gets Darryl
and
to throw
16s.
first.
Great game of darts this is, and it's a great performance, particularly from Rob Grundy, who is producing one of the best displays we've seen in
137.
all of Champions Week.
I was talking earlier on, Murph, about how if you have the darts, you don't have to average as much as your opponent, because you should get more visits in the match.
45.
This proves that. There's more than 10 between them, but Pilgrim is still the favourite. This is making full use of having the start.
134.
Your opponent can do whatever they want on their throw, but if you keep going out in 15 or 12 and forcing them to do something spectacular and they don't, they will lose.
96.
Yeah, it's textbook stuff from Pilgrim on throw. Going to leave at least,
100.
or at most, 130, which is what he does leave.
You know, one of the best compliments you can give a player is that they play the game boring. Because it's always the same sort of score. It's always
125.
140s and
Now we
tons
require
and
130.
good switches and hitting doubles really effectively. This is really, really effective. Double 8. And
Game
it's a
shot, the
12
fifth
darter.
leg.
Rob Grundy needed a
Daryl
9 darter
Pilgrim.
just to get in front there. 98 the average for Pilgrim, but why does it feel so much better than
See if
that?
it gets Rob to throw first. Game on.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim is now one leg away from being a record breaker once again. He holds the record for the highest average here at the MODUS Super Series. He did that in his qualifying week when he hit a 9 darter as well.
95.
Now, he wins this leg. He has the longest ever winning streak, not just here in Portsmouth, but in any incarnation of the Super Series, stretching back to our lively days in
58.
Southampton. On the floor, not on the stage. And also, if he wins this leg, he will be the 4th name in the lineup for
100.
Champions Night.
He's not there yet.
39.
This one has followed a pattern of holds of throw. That illustration on the back of Daryl's shirt, do you think it looks like him? I'm not convinced. I think it looks more like Martin Adams.
59.
Maybe it is Martin Adams.
I thought that was a picture they had in the barber's, Paul.
Ah, the Mr. P
100.
haircut. There it is.
Yeah.
That looks too regulation to be Daryl's haircut.
Yeah, that high average he had, 122.69. That's up there with the very best we've seen anywhere.
140.
Pretty close to getting the highest average ever broadcast, wasn't he? 124.5, that is.
60. Robbie require 107.
Looks like we might be going the distance again. Just like the first game, and we can't get enough of this stuff. Tonight the darts have been delightful. Okay, so 46 left. Grundy just making sure.
67.
And a good job. But he has been susceptible. If Pilgrim had done in the previous leg, well, in this leg, what he did in the previous leg, the game is over.
This isn't dissimilar to the
Robbie
performance
required
that
40.
Conan White had put in against Daryl Pilgrim in the first match last night. But
Yeah, he
Grundy
was shot on the sixth
does
leg.
take him to a decider,
Grundy.
carries on this really strong stuff. He's still averaging about 10 points
7 from final against
more
Daryl to throw first.
than Daryl Pilgrim, but has been unable to break his throat. By the way, Paul, I forgot another record, of course. You mentioned it
99.
yesterday. He also holds a record for the weekly average of the Super Series, Daryl Pilgrim, in his qualifying week of this series in August. 96.1 for a week.
That's ridiculous.
80.
For this level, which is not PDC Pro Tour darts,
83.
that is quite something. Even what he did yesterday, 92.7. That's brilliant. He's on an awkward number here after 6. 319.
100.
Needs a max to get to a finish. And he has got Grundy on his tail in this leg. If he wants that record, he's got to be effective. Let's face it, he's
59.
already got the record. He's sharing it, which is very nice at the minute. But if he wants it on his own, he's got to be effective from 260. Grundy doesn't get a treble.
60.
And it's still on throw.
And this is what he does. Having to shuffle across.
100.
Only 160 remaining for Pilgrim. Is this the leg that Grundy can capitalise? Well, he's going to need a couple of treble 20s himself now.
That means Daryl's got 6 darts from here.
40.
But if he wants to improve on his 1-3-4 finish from
160.
last night, which was his best, now's not a bad time to do it. That won't help. That was like Evel Knievel off the ramp, that one.
Good correction.
122.
Excellent correction. Well, I have a choice. We have seen him attack that double 19 on most occasions, but he looks so comfortable on double 16. Maybe what Grundy does here will inform that decision.
100.
Yeah, fair shout.
Daryl required 38.
I think whatever he does, it's going to be double 19. And
Game
here's a record.
shot in the match.
Another record for
Daryl
Mr. P,
Pilgrim.
who has won 17 straight games. He has the record on his own now, and he will have a chance tonight to stretch that to possibly as much as 20. But the most important thing in that game, which was a fabulous game of darts, is that Daryl Pilgrim is in Saturday night and will have another chance to be a Super Series champion. Rob Grundy just has a little bit more work to do. When we come back, it will be Quantock back at the Oki against Mikkels. That's interesting, isn't it?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So Daryl Pilgrim has made history in this competition, breaking the record for most consecutive victories, 17 now, and he has qualified for tomorrow night's final. On the night before fireworks night, Mr. P is in sparkling form, that is for sure. Right, next up for us, the first game of the bat for Moreno Michels tonight. He takes on Chris Quantock down in the commentary box. Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, and it's a first look tonight at Moreno Michels, the Rotterdam-based
First leg, it's
player
Chris to throw first.
who
Game on.
prevented Fallon Sherrick from qualifying for Champions Week with that excellent final victory. And we saw him last night. I mean, maybe
97.
unlucky to only get 2 points. Moreno was hammering in the 180s, wasn't he? And not much else.
Yeah, early on, he got 4
140.
180s in his first game against Grundy and lost 4-1. In fact, last night he hit more 180s than anybody.
34.
And when you consider the company he's in, that was quite surprising. And he was also 42% in his doubles.
95.
We've already talked about those statistics and how what is perceived as brilliant can be perceived as mundane here in Group B because the standard has been
100.
sickening.
Quantock would have been a little sick about
84.
his defeat
Which
to
record
Conan Whitehead in
170.
game 1. But a tonic for him would be winning this one because he's kind of got the 2 matches that he needed to win first up. He's lost
98.
one of them. If he loses this one, then suddenly he's sitting duck, isn't he?
Yeah, think about what Conan Whitehead
81.
would want.
Which requires 72.
He wants Michels to win this. He does not want Quantock to get the 6 points. Of that, there is no question. But he
Game
does
shot
get
the
the
first
1-0.
leg.
His doubling has
Chris
been
Quantock.
brilliant so far today. He was 3 from 5 in his first game.
Second
And
leg,
because he didn't
Moreno
have the
to throw
darts, he
first.
didn't get a chance at his 1-2-1 in the final leg of that game with Conan. That was without a shadow of a doubt, and I mean this with
81.
all respect to Sebastian Białecki. I love that 9-darter on Thursday, but the best competitive leg this week
81.
was that 7th leg in the first game of the night.
Yeah, fair point. And the way this group is panning out, it could get rather interesting. We might be seeing things happen that we didn't expect because
140.
Rob Grundy plays Conan Whitehead in the next game. Rob Grundy could get dragged into this
180.
despite such a strong performance in his first match. The 180 from Chris Quantock, who's responded to
140.
by Moreno Michels, halving his score of 280.
Nice to see that Chris is persevering with the
42.
new darts.
Rene record 140.
Last night he was new darts, old darts, new darts, old darts last night, and it seems like he's made his mind up which set he wants
60.
to use now, which is really good for his chances tonight for me.
$39. Renault require
Pretty
80.
much given up this leg now. He can't finish 159. Can Moreno Michels finish 80? Won't matter if he doesn't, but he
Game
does.
shot on the second leg. Moreno Michaels.
Borderline boring brilliance from all of these dart players who are seeing the doubles about the size of the
So look,
front
it's
door
Chris
of
to
this
throw
place.
first.
I'm so impressed with the way that these players have been performing under severe pressure here this week, considering what's on the line.
81.
And I'm really happy to see Michels playing so well. He's always had the sharpest jawline in darts.
Not sure what that little pause was from Chris Quantock
140.
before, well, after throwing his first dart.
100.
Doesn't seem to have hampered his progress in the leg.
It's quite an unusual dart that Moreno's got. If you look at the
100.
end of the barrel, it's got this almost stubbly end to it. look at that.
180.
It's almost as if those 3 points were turning into that Terminator from Terminator 2. They were moulded together.
I thought the darts, the first two in the
45.
treble 20 bed, looked a little precarious. He persevered, it paid off.
60.
Perseverance has been one of the words of the week. Just ask Białecki, who was in Saturday night now. An abysmal Group A campaign.
140.
But now
Christian
he's
require
smiling
80.
from ear to ear. This looks familiar. Moreno took it out in the previous leg.
40. Moreno, you require 76.
Such a lovely pace to this game. Can he hit tops again?
56.
Not this time.
Christian require 40.
Quantock trying to put himself in a position where he can breathe a little easier. He put 4 points between himself and Michaels with win here.
Game shot
And
the
he put
third
4
leg.
points between himself
Chris Quantock.
and Whitehead as well. It would mean both of those players would have a real mountain
Moreno
to
throw
climb.
first. $85.
We might even get that kind of night where all the games are close.
59.
We're not going to get that magical night where everybody's on 8 points because Pilgrim has spoiled that by setting that record.
180.
But it doesn't mean we won't get carnage behind him in the table.
We came within one match once, didn't we?
140.
And it was a remarkable end to the evening when Lee Budgeon played Fallon Sherrick, and the only two positions he could finish in the Group B table were bottom or top.
That's why Group B's the best.
134.
That's what B stands for.
56. Moreno require 102.
102 for 2-2. It's worked out pretty well.
82.
He'll be back for 10s. Moreno averaging over 103 at this point, but he's in the same position that
42.
Quantock was in game 1
Moreno required 20.
and Grundy was in game 2. He hasn't got the darts,
Game shot
but
in the
does
fourth
find himself
leg.
at 2-2,
Moreno Michaels.
like both of those players were at this point. Will we get a break from the
It's Chris
Dutchman,
to throw first.
or will it be Quantock holding his way through for 2 extremely crucial points?
60.
Does have more experience in a way, certainly in PDC. That's 2 Challenge Tour titles. Also a quarter-finalist on the Pro Tour.
100.
Chris Quantock. That was back in 2018.
100.
I played Chris Quantock on the European Tour once in Gibraltar.
135.
A lot of fans there. I think there's about 10. Could have heard a chip drop on the floor
100.
in that arena. 6-5. Good game. Enjoyed it. Apart from the fact he beat me.
When he won his first Challenge Tour title, he actually beat
58.
a little-known player called Rob Cross in the final of that.
Who's he?
Went on to win a few things, didn't he?
Yeah, he's quite good.
41.
Around about 10, 11 years ago, you go to a Pro Tour event in Barnsley, Wigan,
140.
see Michael van Gerwen, see Vincent van der Voort, some other Dutch players. Moreno was hanging out with those guys.
140. Moreno requires 68.
Very well respected amongst some of the Dutch royalty in darts.
Well, they'll respect him if he hits
Game
this,
shot
and he
in the
has hit
fifth
it.
leg.
A
Moreno
picture-perfect
Michaels.
finish from Moreno Michaels, and now Chris Quantock might be starting to get that sinking feeling.
Sixth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
The doubling
Game on.
brilliance continues. If this game
125.
continues this way, Michaels is going to be happy. And Conan
83.
Whitehead couldn't really have asked for more. It's not really the stage where you think he can ask for someone to trounce his
85.
rival. All he's asking for are the results to go his way so he can have license to make himself
60.
a better favourite to go into the top 3 by the end of the night? Mikkels is not playing like someone who is going to stop doing what he's doing. This has been a superb display. And this is way better than anything we saw from him last night, average-wise.
Well, what a thrilling end we're going to have. We've
100.
spoken about that race that we thought was for third place. Now, there's still a way that Rob Grundy could get dragged into it. Pilgrim's already through. But if Mikkels closes this out, let me just tell you,
99.
Chris Quantock, with only 2 games left to play, would be on 4 points. Moreno himself will be on 4 with a game in hand.
121.
And then Conan Whitehead
92.
has picked up his 2 points tonight and could put himself on 4 by beating Grundy. If that happens,
60. Christopher 137.
4 players separated by 2 points.
Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Oh, my word. How did that not go in?
Rene required 32.
He must have thought it was in when it left his arm.
Game
But
shot on the
he has
match.
had the nightmare
Moreno
start to the night.
Michaels.
Chris Quantock losing his first 2 games. This is not a good start for him. He skips off the stage, head aloft to the ceiling. And Moreno Mikkels, well, look at the performance in the end. The doubling did it, 4 out of 6, but it all amounted to an average of more than 100 and a 4-2 success that actually sees him leapfrog Quantock in the table. And there are only 2 points separating Mikkels, Quantock and Whitehead, who's back in action next against Rob Grundy.
And you can join us here at the MODUS Super Series every single Saturday night. Dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets. Right, let's continue Championship Friday then here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Rob Grundy can move himself onto 8 points with victory against the former champion, Conan Whitehead, who's looking to double up his tally for the evening after getting the better Chris Quantock in his opener. Down in the commentary box, let's join Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. The next instalment of what has been a thrilling evening so far. The standard has been really impressive, but nothing more impressive than that last leg that we saw from Conan in his first game tonight. He currently sits in 5th position. That's exactly where he started, but things have picked up. Not only did he need to win that first game and needs to continue to win, but the results have gone his way as well. Everything has gone the way of the Barbarian. Will that continue?
Game on.
Here against Grundy. If he beats him, he'll go to 4 points, Murph, and he will stop Grundy from getting to 8.
I tell you what, as well, he wants this game started. Did you see the lack of care he took with his practice starts?
81.
Before it, he was getting all pumped up. He doesn't want darts that don't matter. He wants to throw arrows that really matter and make them count.
180.
It's amazing what you can do when you change your flights and stems. Looks like they're all fresh. He starts with a maximum.
He's up for it. And maybe Conan can pull off the great escape.
Well, my advice to Conan for visit 2 there was to not hit a maximum, because I don't think he needs the distraction of a 9-darter.
125.
I think this is all about getting the win. It's not about 170 finishes if you don't need them. It's about getting the points, because you can be distracted by certain things in games.
140.
Whether it's a certain opponent, 9-dart attempts, records to be broken, like getting your 17th win in a row. I think when it's purely about getting the
100.
win, you might see the best of him.
Well, it would be some setup if he were to win this match, as Paul pontificated at the start of it.
It's got to be word of the day. I like that.
2 points between 4 players if Whitehead wins this game. Pilgrim already through, just laughing at them.
56.
May not win the leg though. Whitehead started it with 5 out of 6 darts in the treble 20, but Grundy can try and work his way up to tops.
He's only missed 1 dart at double here tonight.
Game shot on the
that
first
remains
day.
the case.
Rob Grundy.
What's going on with the doubling in this group? I'm starting to believe that the 46% group wide yesterday might improve tonight. When you consider on the PDC Pro Tour, the elite of world darts, the top of the tree season-wide tend to be something around 44%, maybe 43%. This is cruising above that. I know it's a slightly different sample size, but it's still a lot of matches.
Yeah, it's a real stunning showing, particularly with what's at stake.
58.
Conan's got to be thinking the amount of pressure he's been under from the great outer ring stuff from his opponents. He'll be saying to himself, can you just miss 1?
125.
Just 1. Give me 1 chance.
Let's not forget how well Rob Grundy played despite defeat to Daryl Pilgrim earlier on. It was a really special showing where he will think he didn't get the rewards he deserved. Sometimes
You can understand how well your opponent has played
100.
by looking at your own numbers. Grundy, 97.62 in Game 2 against Pilgrim. 3 maximums.
60.
3 out of 4 doubles hit and a high check out of 100. They are very impressive numbers, but he only got 3 legs.
Little grimace from Grundy there, who blocked the treble 20, but that's
96.
a good twitch. And Whitehead's going to have to hit him big here and put some pressure on.
Here it comes. Wrecking ball style pressure.
140.
Well,
Robbie
it's a
required
good visit for
95.
Conan Whitehead, but 60 is not a favourite finish for him because of his long old darts. It might not matter anyway. 78 remaining, so options now. Could go double-double if he was tempted by such a route.
Don't look, Conan. Don't look.
71.
Now you can look.
Conan, you require
And
60.
you must hit.
Stay away from the treble. Does that, but now has to shuffle across to try and sight tops.
Game shot on the
and
second
that is
leg.
beautiful.
Conan Whitehead.
Under that pressure, Conan Whitehead produces that dart.
I'm starting to get a sore
So look,
left
it's Rob
hand
to throw first.
from tapping
Game
our
on.
desk in the commentary box due to the respect I'm paying to these players. They're doubling like their lives depend on it.
Well, the doubling tonight. 4 out of 6 Pilgrim in the first
83.
match. 3 out of 4 Grundy in that one. 2 out of 6 Quantock. 4 out of 6 Mikkels. And now Grundy 1 out of 2 in this one. And Whitehead 1 from 1.
100.
I want this to continue because it's a great advertisement for Champions Week in Group B.
140.
We saw some great darts in Group C over the last couple of days. But with all due respect to that group, this one is yielding even more.
180.
Not just the doubles, the trebles are flying in as well. A second 180 from Conan Whitehead, who is... Well, he has been that wrecking ball, Paul. It's a great nickname that you've come up with.
45.
He, smashing through this group and could be really destructive here. Not just to Chris Quantock, who he's chasing down, and Moreno Mikkels, but to Rob Grundy himself. He's getting dragged in.
Absolutely. Makes it more exciting for us, but not for him. And this is game 4.
54.
We got 24 180s from Group B last night. We're already on 11. Still got a game and a half to go to get to the halfway point tonight. I get the feeling that 24 is going to be smashed tonight.
96.
bunch of players.
Conan, you require 167.
137 plays 167. That won't go.
83. Robbie require 137.
Measured aggression and trying to keep himself under control. He's done it brilliantly this week, even though he's been hit hard. Oh, he's
80.
missed the board.
Conan, you require 84.
That is his miss. He does tend to miss things low. How costly will that be? Let's find out.
73.
Well, that was a miss by a similar margin, wasn't it? He really snatched at
Robbie
that one.
require 57.
Well, this is where it could be costly for Grundy, because instead of having 3 darts, he's only got 2. But he's only just hit the 17. Turns out he
Game
didn't
shot
need
on
the third
third
dart.
leg. Rob Grundy.
The smile says it all. It's a
Fourth leg,
wry
it's
one
Conan to
from
throw
Whitehead,
first.
who's missed an opportunity there. He would have led 2-1 and would have been throwing for 3-1.
At which point do we start talking about this -9 leg difference that
25.
Whitehead's got? Maybe not just yet, but his game with Moreno Mikkels in game 7, that might be the right time, depending on what happens in this one.
Well, I have to say, even
100.
defeat here is not fatal for Conan Whitehead because of what else has happened tonight. If he loses here, he's still 2 points off the pace for third place Mikkels, who he has still to play.
180.
But before that, the 2 players around him play the top 2. So he could still be in that position going into that match.
We've hit the halfway point of last night's 180s
44.
after 3.5 games. That was number 12 for the night. But I have a counter argument
60.
when it comes to Conan, because his final game of this group will be against Pilgrim. A Pilgrim who has soared into the Champions Night action and will have a ridiculous amount of freedom, and he would love to get rid of
85.
Whitehead before Saturday.
Well, let me indulge you a moment. What kind of a build-up, what kind of a finale would it be for Conan Whitehead to be playing Daryl Pilgrim, to
41.
qualify himself and end Daryl Pilgrim's winning streak at the same time.
Yeah, that would be good for Conan, but you get what I'm saying, don't you? These players do not want Conan here tomorrow night because on Saturday night he turns into a monster.
Well, it's all reset, isn't it? We talked about it earlier in the week, but they all start with 3 darts, and
80.
it's a very different format. It's not quite knockout darts in the group stages, but it feels that way at times.
60.
Not the end of the world. At least 60 there left, a finish. That gives you a bit of a semi-out, where you can still finish with a 25 first.
45.
No
Only
such luxury for
135.
Grundy. Start with a bull, why don't you? 85 left. He won't care about that as long as he hits the 51.
69.
Well, the 147 is
Well,
a big ask, but this
147.
is a player throwing against Conan Whitehead in Group B on Champions Week. Won't go this time, but Whitehead could have left this a lot handier after that first start.
100.
Bedded the ball.
Conan, you're required 66.
Big time shot. Double 18.
30. Robbie
I
required
really
47.
thought he was going to hit that. Double 18 has come to his aid in pressure moments many times before. But Grundy could stretch his legs on double 16.
I think he thought that was in. Conan keeps watching.
39.
Conan keeps wishing, and this time
Conan, you're required
the
36.
genie has granted that wish.
Game shot on the 4th.
And he makes the most of
Conan
it. 2-2.
Whitehead.
They aren't putting him away as quickly tonight as they were yesterday.
5th leg,
But
it's
there's
Rob
still
to throw
time.
first. Game on.
Money's worth tonight here at the MODUS Super Series. The man who gives us so much raw emotion. There's more there. Don't you dare tell me that Conan Whitehead is not box office.
85.
I would pay good money to watch him play live. And you don't even have to pay a lot of money to watch him live if you come here tomorrow.
140.
Yeah, it's going to be a great night here in Portsmouth. Nearly slipped up there, didn't I? Nearly said a new champion will be crowned. Another champion will be
100.
crowned. It could be him. Another repeat winner like Luke Littler.
Well, you know how they have in boxing this whole and still thing?
100.
We have had an and still moment with Luke Littler. We could have and new. Or in the case of Conan, if he qualifies, it could be and again.
58.
Oh, not again.
120.
He'll be thinking.
I didn't even see that one fall. I thought that was just lingering in the sky.
But the difference as well, Paul, on that, just a single 20 going in there leaves him 1-2-1, a much more makeable checkout.
Very much so, but it does depend on what Rob Grundy does here, which obviously is not going to be enough.
44.
If you're going to have a dart on the floor,
41.
have it happen when your opponent is not having a good turn next. But he wasn't to know that.
Just lost his line a bit there,
Correct, yeah.
but now can put it right.
85.
Will get 2 darts at a double of his choice when he returns. And I say that because usually on 56, Whitehead would go 16 tops, but maybe, just maybe, it's time for double 18.
100.
Historically, this week he has been going 16.
Game
It
shot on the
works.
5th leg.
What did
Conan
he say
Whitehead.
earlier in the week? Was it to you about why do things easy when you can suffer?
Yeah, he was talking to Henry, wasn't he?
6th leg, it's Conan to throw first.
I think he was talking
Game
about
on.
talking to Henry.
You cruel, cruel man. He's got to be cruel.
135.
That's not a bad start. This is going to be his best opportunity of getting the win here. And let's face facts. Murph's talked about Grundy being dragged back into this race. A win of 4 legs to 2
58.
for Conan would improve his leg difference to -6. It would bring Grundy back to +2. And there would only be 2 legs between
100.
Mikkels, Quantock and Whitehead. And they'd all be on 4 points.
Yeah, incredible. Setting itself up perfectly.
Then you got Pilgrim at the top of the table
60.
saying, "Are you guys all right down there?"
Well, the other thing that Whitehead's been saying all week is, I'll be there. I'll be there on Saturday.
He said it more than Mariah Carey.
58.
Not quite happening on the trebles now
58.
for the man from Hartlepool. Conan would just love a ton here. Or something of that ilk. That will do very,
98.
very nicely.
Yeah, stunning last dart, and it could be a dart that leads him on the way to a second win. And a second defeat for Rob Grundy, and that scenario that Paul Nicholson
100.
presented
Can you 110.
is very much on the cards here. 2 points separating 4 players.
He's been doing it all week.
78.
I suppose if he'd hit that, that would have been some way to end the match. But look on the bright side, he's got 32 with 3 darts in hand for a 4-2 win, to be back in the fold, and then he would go back to the practice room and put his Daryl Pilgrim hat back
100.
on to see if
Only
he can beat
required
Mikkels in game
32.
5.
Lost all of his matches last night. Looked out of it.
Game,
Now
shot
he's
and
very
the
much in
match.
it. Conan
Conan
Whitehead
Whitehead.
wins his first 2 fixtures on qualifying night, on judgment night here at the Super Series, and he's in the mix to make it to Champions Night once again. The Series 1 winner could be there on that stage in Series 5. Very happy with his work this evening. A very different expression to the one that was on his face for most of last night. But Rob Grundy could be getting lured in, and Conan Whitehead is very much in the race to make it. He defeats Grundy 4-2. Coming next, the already qualified Daryl Pilgrim looks to carry on that winning run when he meets Moreno Mikkels.
Well, we don't know who the custodian of this trophy is going to be tomorrow night. We'll find that answer out at around about this time in 24 hours. But the 3 players that are going to contest it from Group B, well, we know one of them, Daryl Pilgrim. The other 2 still up in the offing now. Will Grundy on 6 points and 3 players all tied on 4. And one of them is in action now. Moreno Michels in our middle game of the evening. He takes on Daryl Pilgrim, safe in the knowledge that he is in to the final tomorrow night, no matter what. Watching this one, downstairs is Paul and Chris.
Yeah, there are 2 things going on in this group. Daryl Pilgrim just trying to stretch his winning streak. It's already now 17 at the Super Series, a record for Mr. P. And then the other 4 players involved in a battle to join him at Champions Night. That last match in which Conan Whitehead got the better of second place Rob Grundy has blown this
First leg, it's
group wide
Moreno
open
to
for
throw
those
first.
4.
Game on.
And it must just be a really weird feeling for Daryl Pilgrim to be in the same practice room as 4 players in a real scrap, but not to be part of that scrap.
Yeah, it's a weird
100.
dynamic, all right. It would become even weirder if he beats Moreno for the 2nd consecutive night, because
140.
a win here would guarantee winning the group. Let's face it, he was the favourite to win the group, and he's still the favourite to win the week.
100.
Time will tell as to whether that big check has got his name on it. But he wants to win against Moreno because he wants to go to 18 straight wins.
97.
Everybody else wants him to win as well.
Just a reminder that Andreas Harrison won Group A. He is
45.
already at Champions Night, and he was joined this afternoon by Scotland's Jim McEwen and Poland's Sebastian Białecki, who produced that incredible moment yesterday. The 9 darts are something that Pilgrim himself has managed in this series.
74. Now we require 84.
Hot start from Daryl. Ooh, double 16.
52.
Interesting route. I'm seeing behaviours here where he doesn't necessarily want to leave tops. He's looking to dodge it.
96. Now we require 32.
He obviously prefers double 16. Well, this is from right field.
No score.
And Moreno could nick the
Moreno
leg.
require 86.
Daryl not happy that he
Game
missed
shot on the
double
first
16,
there.
and how ironic it
Moreno,
is
Michael.
that Moreno gets it with his first shot.
But is there another element of pressure here, because he
Second leg
knows
is
that there are
Daryl to throw first. Game on.
3 players in the practice room rooting for him, Daryl Pilgrim. He kind of doesn't want to walk back in there and everyone look at him like, well, you're supposed to beat all of us, Daryl. Why is he beating you?
77.
Potentially, yes. But if you look at the reaction of Daryl after that first leg, he's still just someone who wants to win a darts match.
180.
This could be a local working men's club in Surrey, of which he's been to plenty over the last few years and winning tons of local tournaments. But whether it's for a
66.
packet of peanuts or 20 grand, he still wants to win every match he plays. He doesn't want to cruise. He just wants to beat everyone he plays.
43.
But it's Moreno who's had the performance of the night. 100.64 in beating Quantock 4 legs to 2.
140.
He has been in positions, hasn't he, in this group, Pilgrim, where he could have been beaten. All right, maybe not anyone missing match darts or anything like that, but he has been in
96.
situations where a player has missed an opportunity that could have made things difficult.
125.
Considering how much we've seen from Pilgrim over the last year and a bit. Looking at his facial expressions here, and he looks very, very aggressive. For someone who's already qualified, it's quite unusual. No double-double there. Moreno could double his lead.
57. Running required 42.
Can he put Pilgrim under pressure? He
Game
can.
on the second leg.
He does double his lead. Now, this
Moreno
is taking a
Michaels.
twist that maybe wasn't expected. Moreno Michaels is carrying on that form from his
Felix
first
Moreno
match
to
tonight.
throw first. Game on.
There were signs last night that he could do this. He's firmly on the radar now. Rob Grundy might have company on 6 points.
60.
But his next match, Moreno's, is against Conan Whitehead. He will be looking to get to 6 himself, having started on 0 this evening.
60.
Before that, Quantock takes on Grundy. So if he beat him, Whitehead then beat McKell's. Assuming McKell's gets the job done here,
100.
they'd all be on 6.
You're just inviting chaos, aren't you?
Well, the problem is every which way we're working this out seems to be quite chaotic, doesn't it?
74.
We're all a bit Joker-like today. We're agents of chaos.
Well, Rob Grundy earlier tonight was the first player to take
100.
Darrell Pilgrim to a deciding leg, the first man to get 3 off him in this group. Moreno Michaels is almost not just taking 3 off him, but being 3 up against him.
100.
Look at that side camera of Pilgrim. I know that he extends that arm out, then brings it back. So technically he's got quite a lot of backlift for that throw.
140.
But if you think about a traditional right angle point, he's actually not got a great deal of backlift. If he doesn't have that arm so far forward at the start,
59.
if he's in a traditional position, his backlift would be about an inch. His release has got to be pinpoint. He's at it again. It's double 16.
69.
Almost got it on the end of a string.
Nothing that Pilgrim can do. He's not on a finish.
You just can't envisage Moreno missing this.
56. Moreno required 32. Game shot
Showing no
the
signs
third
of
leg.
stress.
Moreno Michaels.
And right now, this streak might be ending with a possible
Fourth against
4-0
Darrell to throw
dropping.
first. Game on.
Well, that would be emphatic. He'll be thinking at least it didn't happen in the last match when he wouldn't have broken the record. But hang on a minute. We've been
180.
Presumptuous, writing Darrell Pilgrim off at the Super Series.
60.
But it's Champions Week and you're 3-0 down. How many times have we seen someone recover from this position this week? 1.
It is
95.
statistically about a 1 a week feat as well. Roughly 1 in 100 at the Super Series when you look back through the history books.
100.
Yeah, that's about right. Sickening feeling, I can imagine, if you're 3-0 up and lose. I'm very proud of the fact that in my career, in playing
95.
best of 11, I never lost from 5-0 up. I almost did once, though.
You lost from 9-0 at once, but that's a different story. What is your biggest
180.
comeback
Now we were
or the opposite
131.
way around?
2 sets to 0 down, won 4-2 at the World Championship. I was quite proud of that one.
Well, Michaels will be very
91.
proud of this one.
Running
If it's
record
away, he's going to win it. A
161.
1-6-1 for a 4-0 win against Darrell Pilgrim. Not going to happen.
That would have been spectacular, especially off the back of a maximum.
60. Now we require 40.
He's had 4 darts at a double in this game and hit none of them. Double 10.
Game
Is
shot
found.
the fourth flag.
The comeback is
Darrell
on.
Pilgrim.
Some people really have a great reputation for
Fifth leg, it's
comebacks.
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Some people have reputations of letting leads go.
45.
Happened very recently at the European Championship, didn't it?
Been some huge ones, haven't they? Over the years. Daryl Pilgrim might be getting his own reputation here.
180.
Was it Gervin Price was 7-0 up and lost?
To Noppert, yeah.
7-0 up and losing.
84.
That must really sting.
What do you think of...
Jamie Caven was 9-2 up and lost.
I think of Whitlock Hamilton in the match
99.
play.
Yeah,
Lewis Wade in the World Championship semi-final.
Yeah, that's accentuated because it was sets. Well, Whitlock was 15-7 up, wasn't he?
81.
And
Yeah.
Hamilton won the last 9? Was it the last
10,
10?
wasn't it? Yeah, because he needed to win by 2 clear legs. Yeah, I think the Wade Lewis one, just because of the drama, the occasion, always
58.
brings to mind. There was a great one, Robert Thornton, Dave Chisnell at the Masters as well.
Yeah, I remember that
I think
one.
that was 8-0.
It was a Chisnell one against Michael Smith at the match play.
121.
Largely forgotten, but Chisnell
we
was
record 164.
unbelievable. As would this be. I didn't fancy a 161 to win the match. How about a 170?
Yeah, he was just saving for this leg.
42.
It'd be a
Moreno
very
required
significant win, a
170.
huge win for Moreno Michels in more ways than one. But he ain't going to take this out, and Pilgrim will plot the breaker throw.
134. Now we require 122.
Got to hit this. He would love a shot at 7. He's not going to get a shot at anything. Michels has been awesome on doubles in the group, and particularly
23.
tonight. He could replicate
Moreno required
what he did
36.
against Quantock if he gets this with the second dart.
9. Can't afford to miss.
18.
Has missed. Well, Daryl
Now
Pilgrim's
we
previous
require
visit, though, has left
99.
him with 99 problems. Only scored 23. Every single dart he threw went wrong. That's gone right. Don't think that did, but it's 18.
81.
I, like you, think that was for
Moreno
a 10.
require 18.
Michels had the option of a 10 for 4. And look at what happened. He's
12.
left himself on 3.
Now we require 18.
He might never be beaten, might never lose again, Paul, as you said earlier. He's had a helping hand
Game
here,
shot
but
on
he
the
helps
fifth leg.
himself to
Daryl
9,
Pilgrim.
and Daryl Pilgrim is back in business.
Back on throw now.
Sigler gets
Now
down
there's
to
no
throw
stress.
first. Game on.
Well, it was 5 match starts.
Yeah, 5. Well, he had 1 at 18s,
140.
2 at 9s,
And then 2 more at 9.
then 1 at 9s and a split, so it's 4. And then he hit the treble 1, didn't he? So it's 4 darts.
95.
It just feels like more than 4.
I think he did have 5, didn't he? Because he missed outside, then inside, didn't he? On that second visit.
See your point.
140.
And then Pilgrim showed him how to hit it.
100.
There's nothing worse than having a bucket full of darts at a double, missing them all, and seeing someone hit it with their first shot.
Well, you made another point in the build-up. They had the option to split. Didn't have to go for that.
60.
Well, nobody likes 9. Whether you're left-handed, right-handed, tall, short, somewhere in between.
59.
9.
Now we require
is
161.
Might get a situation in about 5 minutes' time where the 3 players in the practice room who are enormous rivals fighting it out to get to finals night might all have their arms around
64.
each other, jumping and cheering in a moment, because Daryl Pilgrim's turned this around and landed one on their other rival, the one that's on the stage right now.
59. Now we require
It's getting to the
97.
stage where I don't want this night to end. Double top for 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Now it's down to Moreno to
Daryl
hold
Pilgrim.
just to get the win. Is there something in the stars for Conan
7th and
Whitehead?
final against Moreno to throw first.
The next couple of minutes
Game
will
on.
tell us a little bit more about that. He'd love a 140 start. He doesn't get one, but
100.
it's still solid.
I don't think there'll be any darts being thrown in the practice room right now. There'll be 3 sets of eyes glued to a screen.
100.
Tons are good in lecks like this.
$100.
You've got 3 of them. Just keep following him, Daryl. He might even get in front.
96.
Now that's tricky because Moreno on 301 can stay straight on the 60s. Daryl's got to negotiate the board a bit more. Start on 18s.
60.
Possibly the bullseye. I used to start on 15s on this shot.
Starts on the ball and beds the ball, and he'll stay there.
Now
he'll
the
come up.
60.
95.
He did that last night.
Well, he could have got a couple of balls, which would have given him more options, wouldn't it? Had he looked like he might from that first start, to be fair. But this is expertly timed.
180.
He's going to get more match darts, or it might only be one.
6 180s in the game. A contender for game of the night, and we've probably got about 4 contenders for that.
98.
What's going to
Moreno
happen
requires
next?
61.
As Murph mentioned, 5 match darts. There will be one more.
It's at tops. It's
41.
not in tops. It's half a dozen
Now we
darts
require
missed
112.
to put Pilgrim away. Moreno Mikel's led this match 3-0. Daryl Pilgrim has survived 6 missed match darts.
76.
And now he's missed one himself.
Moreno required 20.
What a game. The streak is over.
Shot and the match.
It stops at 17.
Moreno Michaels.
But how valuable will those 2 points be for Moreno Michels, who now occupies a qualification position after everybody has played 6 games in this group? We all need a break now, including those 2 players. But when we come back, it will be Grundy and Quantock as the plot thickens. But that's what you've just seen. Moreno Michels, the streak breaker, has beaten Pilgrim by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Daryl Pilgrim's winning streak was in. I suppose it's a little bit like a Sam Fender track as far as winning runs at the Super Series is concerned. It was 17 going under, and it was high time for Moreno Michels to pick up a win this evening. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me and trying not to throw up after that pun, but that win for Michels puts him very much in the mix.
Great performance. He's played super tonight, and he played really well yesterday as well. So when you consider how much pressure he was under to get the win against Pilgrim, you've got to pay him a lot of respect. And he is firmly in the driving seat of the players in the bottom half of the table, but he's now occupying third position.
But this is what we've seen so far this evening. Conan Whitehead winning both of his matches. The former champion now very much in the mix. Daryl Pilgrim, as I say, broke that record of Jim McKeown by beating Rob Grundy by 4-3, and then had a dart himself from 3-0 down to beat Moreno, but that wasn't quite to be for him in the end. But at this point, the player that we're beginning to worry about a little bit is on stage behind us, Rob Grundy.
It hasn't gone his way tonight, but there's still time. After winning 6 points last night, he could still find his way to 10, which will be comfortably into tomorrow. But maybe just needs to find an extra gear in his final two matches. It's got to start here.
Well, Conan Whitehead's been the player of the night so far this evening, winning both of his opening matches. And the story of the night, 1-2-1 here to get the better of Chris Quantock, kind of doing to Quantock what he did to him last night.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but these are the kind of games you crave to see. He's got 121 after 9, and he doesn't even get a look. That's just brilliant way to hold a match away from your opponent, because you like to be in that position. And we talked about how much he craved to leave the 1-2-1 from 2-6-1. He was able to do that and then took out the double 14. But then after that, the game against Grundy was just as good. And the performance from the former champion is just going to show how much grit and determination he's got, as well as talent.
As for Daryl Pilgrim, he is the only man that can safely say he is into tomorrow night. And he did it at the earliest possible juncture by breaking that record. And, well, this is the 130. This was to put him 3-2 up against Rob Grundy. Then he'll get the job done in the decider.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy for him tonight at all. He's been involved in two great games. But I think people who play Daryl these days, if they can compete against him, it says something about where your game is at. And what you've seen from Moreno and from Rob tonight is that they've competed against him, albeit with two very different results. But they can be proud of how they're playing against the favourite for the week.
Well, this is how the table looks then at the halfway stage of the night. Daryl Pilgrim, top of the pile, 10 points to his name. And then, well, 2 points separating four players. This could be anything, really, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have been so different had Pilgrim won that previous match. But Moreno now in third position, looking good. And Rob taking on Quantock now. This is a huge match. If Quantock gets the win, we've got 3 players on 6. And Conan plays next, of course. So things are getting very juicy.
Well, in a couple of games' time, it could either be all over or it could either be all game on.
We like the idea of game on, but some of the players like the idea of game over as long as they're through.
Well, the Midnight Darts Club's going to have plenty of drama and plenty of attention, isn't it? Championship Friday is moving into Saturday, where this trophy comes into the rear-view mirror. But who is going to be competing for it? We're going to find out in the next hour or so, you feel. Next up for us, it is Chris Quantock up against Rob Grundy. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy.
Yeah, it is the match between the two players who are yet to pick up any points tonight. Rob Grundy, you wouldn't have thought that the way he played in the first match. He was excellent against Daryl Pilgrim in that opener. He averaged 97.62. He hit 3 out of 4 on his doubles. That was a better statistical performance than Pilgrim, but Pilgrim broke the record by winning that match. And Chris Quantock, however, he also lost 4-3, beaten by Conan Whitehead in the opening match of the evening, and then went down 4-2 against Moreno Michels. A pair of them just completing the practice starts ahead of what is a really important match. That man there, 2-time Challenge Tour winner, looking to get off the mark for the night, taking on Rob Grundy, who, well, has grown into the week, really has grown into the week. but it hasn't worked out tonight for the man from the northeast. Just a little bit further north than York, which is the home of Chris Quantock. Now, there is a slight delay to the start of this match, just a little gremlin in the scoring system. And I'm referring to the digital one, not the referee in Binks. But it looks pretty much ready to go now. So Mr. Binks does inform the players that they can throw their final practice starts and they can get this all-important encounter underway. You still feel that Rob Grundy's in the same kind of position he was at the start of the night, Paul. If he wins a match, probably is enough to put him through.
Yeah, that's true.
First leg, it's
All
Chris
of the
to
good
throw
work
first.
that he did on Thursday
Game on.
could come to his aid now, but how much he would love to get a win before he plays his last match against McKells. That could be your quintessential 4-pointer.
100.
Love that gremlin joke, by the way.
Well, if it goes the other way, then we will see Quantock level with Grundy on 6 points.
28.
And it is Quantock who finishes his campaign first.
40.
He will set the target, potentially, for the chasing pack. At that point, when he completes his 8th game of the group against Daryl
60.
Pilgrim, he must be in the top 3 for me. Now, some people can
140.
get to the top 3 without playing a game from outside, but I'm not sure we're going to see that tonight.
$84.
Great stuff from Quantock.
180.
We've seen plenty of maximums in this group. I think this is, in terms of drama and standard, one of the best groups we've ever had.
I'd have to agree.
59.
In the previous
Christopher
match
Quine,
alone, we got
41.
6 180s.
$21.
Down to double 10 after missing tops and tens in the
100. Christopher
sorry,
Quine,
tops
20.
twice in the previous visit.
Game shot the
In
first
it
leg.
goes, and
Chris
Quantock has that
Quantock.
lead. Now, we did speak about it earlier. Could Rob Grundy and Conan Whitehead basically swap
Second against
nights?
Rob to throw
And that
first.
kind of
Game
seems to be
on.
happening here.
So far, it is. You can't afford to take night 2 for granted. Daryl Pilgrim was talking to Phil Bars earlier
96.
tonight about how he's won 4 games from 4. And yet he knows from experience just how difficult it can be
180.
if you have a slow start on Friday. You just got to be able to keep the intensity. You got 2 180s already from Quantock.
100.
And based on what he's been through tonight, he does not want to lose again.
How many 180s?
140.
Yeah, still 2. But it was close to another pursuit of a perfect leg. How many times have we been teased? We've already had one from Sebastian Białecki, but the amount of times that have started to
134.
levitate off my chair in the comms box because someone's promising perfection again is, we can count on more than a couple of hands.
21.
There's only a few things missing from the live lounge in Portsmouth. 170 this week. And overall, we haven't had a 9-darter
41.
on a Saturday.
Christopher Quine, 160.
That would be fun.
Yeah, the crowd haven't been treated to that yet. Maybe it's going to be saved for the big finale of Series
44.
5.
Robbie Require, 130.
This would galvanise his charge. 60 still open. But it's getting harder as the games tick by.
57. Chris, you require
Arguably, his worst
116.
performance yesterday came late in the campaign. I hope he's still got something left in the tank. This is his 22nd game of the week. I wonder how his engine is. You've got to take into consideration as well that Grundy did play
42.
2 days of Challenge Tour
Robbie requires
before
73.
this week, which means he's playing his 7th consecutive day.
Options on 54, 14 for tops, the conventional route. Again, he's only just in that bed. So many darts have been right on the bottom wire of targets.
53.
That's under the target.
Chris, you requires 74.
Based on that brilliant double 10 that he hit in the first leg, I'm surprised to see him go for the 14s. Thought he might have gone for the 54.
Game
He
shot
knows
on the
best. It's
second
2-0
leg.
Quanny.
Chris Quantock.
I don't know if you know much about computers in finance, Murph, but
Third against
there are
Chris to
computers called
reverse.
quants.
Game on.
And they know everything. And right now, Quanny, or Quant, knows everything about this
100.
game.
Well,
123.
just to put you in the picture of how the land lies in this group, of course, Daryl Pilgrim already through. 10 points for him, 6
100.
points for Rob Grundy, 6 points for Moreno Michels, 4 points for Chris Quantock. That provisionally now is 6. And then Conan Whitehead plays Michels in the next match. If he beats him,
95.
4 players are all on 6 points.
Sounds simple.
100.
Sounds dramatic. I'll take dramatic. I've had plenty of that in this group.
Could have been a group that was wrapped up really early. The early fixtures favoured those top 3 players to get it done.
140.
Group C was done in fairly regulation manner.
139.
Same could be said for Group A because
143.
Andreas Harrison got 24 points. It feels dominant when someone does that, but it was anything but.
97.
Quanny needs 62 for 3-0. Rob Grundy is now in real trouble. How awkward is that?
Game
Not at
shot on the
all.
third leg. Chris
This is
Quantock.
world class from Quanny. The timing of the hits, right on.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
Rob Grundy's
Game
in a
on.
heap of trouble here.
The problem with starting to slide down a hill is that you can't beat gravity. And if you've got nothing to stop
131.
you, you just keep going.
Now, if Chris Quantock wins this leg, he actually goes above Rob Grundy in the table.
121.
If he beats him 4-0, he will actually overtake him and he'll sit in second place.
Room for another.
140.
You can see he's trying to land them on top of each other. Had he gone slightly to the left, he would have had plenty of room.
125.
And let me just send a bit of a message to Chris Quantock after what we saw last night. You might want to put those other darts
45.
in a box and remember them, because you use them to get your way through to this Champions Week. Don't use them again, because
96.
there's nothing wrong with these new ones. Apart from your counting ability with them, leaving 159. Big shake of the head in the background because he's just seen a score.
45.
It could have been avoided. The
81.
last dart was
Robbie
something
require
special, and it's
140.
enough to just give Rob Grundy a tap on the shoulder.
50% so far in the game. If he gets the 54,
100.
based on numbers
Robbie requires
alone,
78.
he should win this match at this visit.
It will just be the one dart. Is that tops?
58.
Not in tops.
Robbie
Grundy
required
breathed again.
40.
In the last match, we saw her play lead 3-0 and end up playing in a 7th leg. Could we see something similar here?
Game shot on the 4th leg. Rob
Let's not
Grundy.
forget as well that Pilgrim did have a dart to beat McKells on double 18. Don't take anything for granted, Chris.
5th leg, it's Chris to throw
By the way,
first. Game
it's
on.
going to finish tonight. Every leg's going to matter. What I said before about Quantock potentially being above Grundy in the table. Now he's won that leg. That can't
39.
happen at the end of this match. And who knows? A leg or two could separate them at the end of the evening. It could be the difference between playing at Champions Night and not.
60.
And if we do have people on the same points, the same leg difference, the same legs won, we then have to go to another category
140.
to try and separate them. Isn't that right?
Yep. It just, as Paul said, points, leg difference. Legs won, then usually head-to-head wins, but of course if
140.
those two players involved have both got the same record against each other, then it's legs won in head-to-head matches, and then
80.
averages. The overall average for the group for those two players could separate. I mean, let's be brutal. It could separate 3rd and 4th, meaning the player going through and the player going out.
That would be wild.
137.
Of course, on a finals night, we don't have that. We have a 9-dart
100.
shootout in the groups.
Robbie required
Never had
164.
one. In a Champions Week. Stay there. Bullseye for the biggest of the week. Nice leave.
132.
He
Chris
really
Rickon,
gave it some, didn't he?
142.
Maybe gave it too much. 142. Not going to go. So Rob Grundy is looking likely to do exactly what
56.
Daryl Pilgrim did in the
Robbie
previous
required
match and turn a
32.
3-0 deficit into 3-3. He needs to get the 2 first. He's
Yeah,
got
he's
the
on the
2, and
fifth
now he
leg.
has the darts for the
Rob
3.
Grundy.
They can barely be separated in the numbers. They've both had
Sixth leg, it's
8
Rob to throw
ton-plus
first.
shots,
Game
3
on.
140-plus shots. Quani's got 2 maximums to Rob's 0. Their averages are both 91 and change. And their doubles are in the same vicinity as well. This is a very, very even contest.
100.
It's a great performance from both
41.
men, considering these are the 2 players that had lost their first couple of games tonight. Chris Quantock in
83.
particular would have thought that his campaign could have been over when he lost to both Mikkels and Whitehead. Had second and first left to
125.
play. Well, this is some showing from him.
He will feel like he needs to get this done sooner rather than later. And don't forget,
60.
he did have a dart at double top to win 4-0. Could that possibly be the difference between going through and not?
180.
Even if he still wins the game, he might not go through because he missed that dart at tops.
Well, Quantock's trying to get it done here. The maximum, his 3rd of the tie, gets him onto a finish. Grundy's not on
45.
1, so it's
Bishop
2
required
visits to convert
155.
155 into points. That's okay.
50.
It would have been, had he stayed straight with the last start, would have been on a ton.
Yeah, I see what you meant there. He took the 5 off the end, but the second treble 5 has kept him in 3-dart range.
Took the 5 off and then put it back, basically.
99.
Okay.
Chris Rickon,
Both on
105.
treble, single, double combos. There's the treble. There's the single. Double top is missed
85.
again just underneath. And if Grundy
Robbie
takes
required
this out,
114.
we go the distance.
Well, how's his treble, single, double combo? There's a single. But he can't find the treble. He can't even find the portion of the board he was aiming at, and now Chris Quantock gets a real opportunity to rattle Rob and put himself
42.
in an equally good position.
Mission required 20.
Right on the wire.
$10.
Not once, not twice,
Robbie
but
requires
thrice.
72.
And 5 darts for the match. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, we've been here before. Mikkel's still got over the line, but Grundy... oh dear, it might only be the bullseye. Yes, it's an 8.
Don't chase the treble here. This is way too much of an edgy situation. Guarantee that single.
Big 14. Well, he gets a small 14. He did chase the treble. Needs the bull. Nowhere near it.
31.
And surely now Quantock can close the
Mission
door.
required 10.
The door is open again.
6. Robbie required 41.
Maybe the sign of someone who has not won tonight. We said the door was open. Grundy does not walk through it.
There seems to be some kind of revolving door, this one, doesn't it? Wow. What a mess. What a miss that is.
We've
30.
had the brilliant tonight. And now we have
Mission required 4.
the flat out weird.
Well, he's even made it worse for himself with an X dart. You called it quite early in this group that his bad dart was a low dart, and he's actually starting to now pull them too low. It's all going wrong.
No score.
9 darts for the match missed.
Robbie required 11.
Who's the weaker of the two? They're both floundering.
Well, this could end up in double 3. He stayed away from pulling it low, and he gets 2 darts at double 4. That becomes 1 at double 2. And this
9.
leg is still not over.
The pain on the face
Mission
of these
required
players.
4.
This is now match dart 10. And it's in.
Game shot and the
It doesn't
match.
matter how you get there,
Chris
as long as you get there.
Quantock.
Grundy loses his first 3 matches tonight. And his final game a little bit later on against Moreno Mikkels. We don't know the significance of that quite yet. But Quani, ahead of playing Daryl Pilgrim in Game 8, has got himself 2 valuable points. And for now, he's looking good for qualifying, but that is not an assured statement. When we come back, Whitehead, in his final charge, now has Mikkels and must win.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That is the prize they are all looking for. And the race intensifies for those final couple of spots through to the final. Before the break, we saw Chris Quantock get the better of Rob Grundy, which means step up now, Moreno Michels and Conan Whitehead. Watching this one down in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yes, we are, and with pleasure, because we do now have 3 players on 6 points in this table, bridging the gap between qualification and elimination. And the only person who isn't already qualified that doesn't have 6 points is this man, Conan Whitehead. But he has not lost tonight. If he can find a win against Michels, he will be one win away from the perfect night.
To throw first. Game on.
But it would be damaging if he loses to Moreno, but not Chris Murphy out of it.
No, not at all. Because of Grundy being
85.
dragged into it, Michels with victory here would be the only player that would move 4 points clear of Whitehead with 1 game to play. And he himself,
65.
who has lost the dart to the ground there, would still be within touching distance of both Grundy and Quantock.
But what I said at the end of the last game, I think it's very applicable. It still
41.
feels like he needs to win. It's almost as if he needs to keep this winning train going because he'll have a better chance of beating Daryl Pilgrim if he's undefeated.
32.
Does he have a better chance of beating Daryl Pilgrim because Daryl Pilgrim has now been beaten?
Potentially.
140.
We'll get to that one in game 10 of the night, which will follow this and 2 more.
140.
I think Conan's going to sleep very well tonight because the intensity he's brought tonight is so thick. You could cut it with a cheese knife out there.
85. Conan, you record 164.
Great first dart. Great second dart. Bull.
139.
Great
Randy
attempt.
require 150.
As Moreno now looks to put him away in 15, which he will not do.
$80. Conan, you require
These are the
25.
kind of finishes now. These small 2 darters that just can't be missed.
9.
He will not be best
Randy
pleased
requires
with how
70.
they were missed. Moreno's been eating these up all night long. Oh, it's the
40.
wrong one.
Conan, you require
I didn't expect
16.
that.
Well, he gets his chance, his reprieve. Conan Whitehead, but he
8.
can't take it.
Moreno, you require
We're going to
30.
see something similar to the end of the previous match. Can't go inside with dart 2. He
Game
finds
shot
the
the
bed.
first leg.
Michels is the man
Moreno
having the
Michaels.
perfect night at the moment.
The man that nobody was talking about
Second leg, it's
coming into
Conan to throw
Thursday in Group
first.
B. So much hoo-ha when it came to Pilgrim and Whitehead. And maybe a little bit about Grundy.
41.
What about Moreno? Now we can start paying attention. And for all of the good that he's done,
60.
before this game began, he was still on the outside of qualifying by the tiniest of margins because he has the same
140.
points as Quantock, same leg difference, but legs won slightly down on the Yorkshireman.
60.
He does have 2 games left. He can get to 10 points, the man from the Netherlands.
45.
So representative of the Netherlands here this week. When you consider how many Dutch players we've had and the reputation of some of them, people might think that's a surprise that he's the only Dutchman here.
100.
There we We have a range of nationalities already through to champions.
59.
Scotsman Jim McEwen, the Pole Sebastian Białecki, the Swede Andreas Harrison. Will it be a Dutchman and then a couple of Englishmen completing the lineup?
100.
A nice cosmopolitan look to it. We've seen
46.
finalists from other countries as well, apart from players from the United Kingdom. Australian winner, Canadian runner-up in Jacob Taylor.
59. Conan, you have
It's a lot of money for getting to the runner-up spot, £10,000.
This could be a big
90.
exchange. This a 1-2-2
René
in front of Michaels with
122.
Whitehead waiting on 80 on throw. Treble 18. And still. And Bull.
97.
Whistle past the wire.
And you require 80.
They were hitting those yesterday against this guy. 555.
Game shot in the second leg.
There's the intensity.
Conan Whitehead.
He looks shattered. I guarantee you that. He
But against
probably
Marino to
feels
throw
it,
first.
but the
Game
adrenaline
on.
pumping through his veins, it will help him.
$47.
Just how disappointed would he be if he doesn't make it?
58.
Well, I think he would be gutted. I think he really expected to be at finals night and certainly was vocal about that. He wants
57.
that chance. He's spoken about just trying to shut Luke Littler up a little bit, and he wants to be the man who not only is on
100.
two alongside Luke, but with a chance to win 3. I think it's going to be so rare, you know, to get multiple champions. So to have that opportunity to get multiple titles here,
140.
Whitehead does not want to let it slip from his grasp.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Raymond Smith has never been back since he won his title earlier this year
45.
for one reason or another. And we do wish him well because he's not been feeling 100% lately. But we may never see ever
135.
again somebody defend this thing. Never mind getting a second title.
85.
It was on that 1-2-2 again, but this time
122.
doesn't need to go the 18s route because Conan's not on any kind of finish.
90.
Just doesn't seem to make any massive errors. It's like playing a computer at level 8.
And Whitehead
100.
may need errors
requires
from
32.
Moreno Michaels, who now looks at D16. That becomes double 8.
24.
Fails to
And you
find,
require
he's got the error.
113.
This is where you got to play Pac-Man, Conan. Got to gobble it up with 60 in Bull for another naughty Bull finish. Did this against Westy earlier this week. Bullseye.
88.
Not naughty enough.
Well, he got himself into a mess and nearly
Moreno
tidied it up
require
himself.
8. Game shot in the third leg.
And Mikel stays
Moreno
calm,
Michaels.
stays cool. Remember, both of these players come into this match having won both of their fixtures this evening.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's not destroying people. He's beating them, but he's doing everything the hard way.
140.
Starting to really feel the tension now in this building.
I'm hearing nothing from the practice room.
100.
Not a whisper. This is one of the most tense
100.
nights I can remember here. And we've had some tense evenings. I think the last time we got close to this kind of tension was when we had the 9-dart shootouts on a Saturday night between
135.
the likes of O'Shea, Howson, Mason, who won that shootout. And the very first one between Ryan Finesse, Andy Hamilton and Lee Shewan
100.
on a night where Conan Whitehead prevailed.
Needs to find a treble.
59.
do it, so Whitehead has
161.
2 bites at this. I could look at the bullseye.
65.
$65 has to be classified as the bare minimum in that spot.
40. Conan, you require 96.
Moreno only just gets to a finish. Double 18.
Game shot on the 4th.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Conan
You
Whitehead.
cannot do any better than that on this dartboard. And he takes care of 161
Fifth leg, it's Moreno
in
to
5
throw
darts
first. Game on.
to get to 2-2.
Hasn't been the highest quality game we've seen in this group. But it's filled with drama. It's blow for blow.
60.
Mikkel's on 6 points right now. You'd have to say that a win for him here might get him through.
180.
You were saying?
A win for Whitehead, remember, and it is 4 players on 6 points. All fighting for 2 spots
140.
to join Daryl Pilgrim, who's already qualified from this group.
I'm just looking at my notes here because I'm old school. I like to
97.
log every match and every daily table and the group table as well. But if Whitehead was to win this game 4-3,
57.
for instance, his leg difference would go to -5. His points total to 6, which would join Mikkel's, whose leg difference would go to -4. There'd be 1 leg
100.
between them. And then 1 other leg to Quantock. And Grundy would still be in the top 2, courtesy of a better leg difference.
58. Conan, you
So
require
we're in a bizarre position where only
124.
1 player in the group's got a positive leg difference. As things stand, no reason for Whitehead to leave himself on the ball on this occasion.
41.
But that's a disastrous start. It could prove to be, depending what Moreno gets here.
I'm not sure why he didn't go for the 48, because he's someone who
60.
milks that 18 segment
Conan, you
more than
require
most.
83.
Now he might even just have a shot at the bull. Bullseye it is.
58.
We lauded him for getting 161
Moreno,
and
you require
5.
126.
He hasn't got 124 and 6 this time.
Well, there'll be no bull attempt from Mikkel's after that first start
44.
went wayward, so
Only
Conan comes
required
back. This is for a
25.
break of throw. He lost all his games last night. He may have come in tonight thinking that he needed to win all of his games. Double 8.
9.
That double really has
Moreno,
cost
you
him in
require
this game.
82.
He's missed it 4 times. Oh my.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
How clinical is
Moreno
that?
Michaels.
We're all looking at the bullseye and Moreno's got different ideas.
Well, that was bold,
Sixth leg,
brave,
it's Conan
brilliant.
to throw first. Game on.
And Conan Whitehead is seething. He cannot believe what he's seeing.
We talked about how he could say, why always me? Why did you do it against me
180.
yesterday? But in this game, you can't escape the fact that he has had chances.
The difference is, Paul, last night
140.
he had no answers. Tonight he's had answers. All the frustration, but then walks up and throws in a 180. Doesn't want to cut it in half by not finding
60.
a treble here, but that's what's happened.
He reminds me of one of my favourite darting terms.
57.
Does Conan? Defiance. He's been going through the mill all
100.
week in the same way that his good pal Steve West did. West was eliminated today in 4th position in Group C.
100. Connie, you require 161.
Conan is still swinging here. Could it be another 25? This time he doesn't
60.
do it, and I wonder why.
Well, is he going to get level? Is he going to take
55, Conan, you require
crucial-
101.
crucial contest to a last leg decider? Not going to get a go in this visit.
I don't understand why he
45.
didn't go for the bullseye
Ryan, you
with his
require
last dot on the previous visit
149.
to create the 2-dot opportunity. Oh, hang on a minute. Hold on, double 16.
Go,
Absolutely
shot on the
majestic from
match.
Mikkels.
Moreno, Michael.
That really is a wonderful world-class finish, because Moreno, who has been outside of the top 3 a lot of the time over the last couple of nights, has just found his way to the top 3 provisionally with one of the shots of the week. That 149 was absolutely otherworldly, and he beats Conan Whitehead and limits him to 6 points only if he beats if he beats Daryl Pilgrim in the last game of the night. A thrilling evening. We'll go a little bit further as we see Pilgrim next against Quantock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Moreno Michaels get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. 149, savagely winning the game for the Dutchman. The former champion's hopes now dangling by the thinnest of thin threads. Next up for us, Chris Quantock in action up against Daryl Pilgrim. And for Quantock, this is his last game of the evening, his last chance to make an impression in the commentary box. Chris and Paul.
I think we all needed a breath after that previous shot from Mikkels. We've seen some ridiculous finishing the last couple of days. But have there been any shots as good as that? 149 from Marino Mikkels.
First leg is
I leave it
Daryl
up
to
to
throw
you,
first.
watching
Game
on
on.
Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Daryl Pilgrim has got 2 games left. And there are 2 games to spare because he's already through. But behind him,
57.
the only word that comes to mind is, well, it's 2 words actually. It's mosh pit.
24.
So much going on. Quantock has only got this game left. McKells has got 1 left. Whitehead's got 1 left. Grundy's got 1 left.
180.
I did say earlier in the night that Quantock would set the target. If he wins this game, he will have 8 points in the table.
43.
More often than not, when you get to 8 points, you're okay. But I remember a time when 8 points wasn't.
135.
There was a group with Sean Griffiths in it. He had 8 points and he was 4th. So do yourself a favour
60.
here, Chris.
Now you require 129.
Find the biggest win you can possibly find. But if you lose, you might be in trouble.
Yeah, this could be all or nothing for Chris Quantock.
93.
Just looking at the way the fixtures are playing out, not only will he have 8 points, but the other 2 players that are around him on 6 points
43. Now you
are
require
playing the
36.
next game. Chris Quantock is through if he wins this match. Daryl Pilgrim, though, is going to make that difficult.
Game shot on the
He's
first
made it very
leg.
difficult straight
Daryl
away. He left
Pilgrim.
Quantock stranded in the 300s there.
There's a small matter of 65 between
Second
them in
against
the
Chris to
averages
throw
in that
first.
first leg. You don't often see that. And this is not a good time to hit the wall.
42.
It's been a strange night for Chris. He lost 4-3 to Whitehead in a classic. Then he lost 4-2 to McKells, and right now that's not looking as bad because McKells is Mr. Perfect
85.
tonight. Then he did get a 4-2 win against Grundy, and that was an attritional affair. What's he got left?
Whoa!
That's what he's got left.
180.
After 2 visits in this leg, he's already better off than where he finished the previous leg.
56.
One thing we do know is that when Daryl plays against Conan in the last game of the group,
86.
if indeed he needs to, he could get rid of Conan and make sure that we are going to have a new name on that trophy tomorrow night.
60.
We are now less than 24 hours away from the winner being crowned.
59.
Set your smartphones for a reminder, or indeed click the notification bell on the Super Series YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss a trick. From 7:30 p.m. local time, we will have our group stages.
140.
Group 1 and Group 2 will have 3 players each.
134.
2 games per player in the group. And then it will be the semi-finals
74.
live on
Now we
Sporty
require
Stuff
160.
from 10 p.m. Quanny's missed the 1-3-4 going for the 2 double tops. Now, I'm not sure about that shot. 2
60.
doubles at the end of a combo like
require
that is
60.
supposed to be when you think you're going to have 1 shot.
Well, at least he's got a clear look at this one, but he hasn't managed to
50.
take it.
Now we
Remember,
require
Quanny knows
100.
that if he wins this game, well, he might not know it, but if he does win this game, he's through. If he loses it, he's in a world of trouble.
60. Because you require 10.
Double 2. Can't miss this one.
8.
And because he does,
Now we
he
require
will feel
40.
like 2-0 is inevitable.
No score.
But it isn't.
Chris, you require 2.
A scowl from Mr. P.
Game shot on the
He
second
might scowl
leg.
again
Chris
because it is
Quantock.
1-1.
So it gets Daryl to throw first.
Do you need one of those quantitative computers to try and work out the permutations of this group?
Looking at one
93.
particular scenario where if Quantock wins this game 4-3 and then Rob Grundy beats Mikkel's 4-3, then Mikkel's and
180.
Quantock would actually be on exactly the same record, and Moreno beat Quantock 4-2 tonight and lost 4-2 to Quantock last night. So it would be in that scenario you're talking about where it would go down to averages.
You know how I said that we had
43.
24 180s last night? This is game number 8, and we've already got 27. When we were in game number 4, we were
134.
approaching the halfway point of last night's 180s, and we've already surpassed it before the penultimate game of the night.
Now we
We're going to
require
sail
94.
over 30 180s of the night. 91 with 2 is not going to be found.
34.
Quantock has got to find at least a ton here to pressurise. He's going to get more. He couldn't have done more.
138. Now we require 60.
And because Pilgrim had trouble on tops the last time he was here, this is not a guarantee. He's
50.
missing things that he didn't earlier on in the group.
Which require 40.
And this is good news for Quantock, and it's actually good news for Whitehead.
And that is a very inviting dart. Hasn't accepted
20.
the invitation.
Now we require 10.
I've always said that misses make drama. That's why we've got so much drama tonight.
Game shot on the
Huge
third
hit on
leg.
double 2.
Daryl Pilgrim.
And as every leg ticks by, the ideas for Quantock seem to
For
wither
It's Chris to
just
throw
a little
first.
bit more.
Game on.
So remember, just to clarify, if Chris Quantock wins the match and he's 99.9% through, if he wins it 4-3, the only way he couldn't
100.
go through would be if the next game was 4-3 to Rob Grundy. It would be Quantock and Mikkels who would have to be split on averages over the course of the group. If he wins every leg from here, he's definitely 100% through. But
57.
if he loses, then he is in real trouble because he'd be
100.
relying on Moreno Mikkels to beat Rob Grundy 4-0.
I feel like you're living in the
100.
Matrix right now, Chris.
Yeah, there are lots of numbers spinning around. The number he needs to think about is 4. Just
140.
get to 4 legs, win this match, and then let the rest take care of itself.
Absolutely. Just stay in the game. Try and win the game.
58.
He's not
We should
playing
record
anywhere near his
161.
best in this match. He's got another 20 points on this as Daryl Pilgrim.
65.
But it's not being found around the midnight hour.
Well, 125. Chris require
Bedfellow there
96.
gets him down to a finish, a super-sized one. Options here is checking to see what Pilgrim's on. I think if he was on something smaller, he might have thought about a double-double there.
56.
was Daryl on
Now
the
we
last time he
require
went for double-double?
161.
Maybe he's learnt from his mistake. Hang on. Oh, no. Almost a no, yes.
121.
Well, he got the next
He's
best
required
thing.
40.
He missed by far enough to leave himself on tops.
Stop missing doubles, Chris.
Oh, he's
No
hit a double,
score.
but not the one he wanted.
Now we require 40.
Look at those Yorkshire shoulders. They are very, very low.
Game
And
shot
they're
on
a
the
little bit
fourth
lower
leg.
still.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Don't think I've seen two shoulders lower this week.
Fifth leg, it's Darrell to throw first.
This is such a tough sport. Mentally, it really takes it out of you.
40.
Pilgrim, who was averaging 85 in this game, it's just gone down to 83.5. Show this to Quantock right now and he'll be livid.
125. $57.
I think this is one of the reasons why you tend to get the best darts from people in the semi-finals and final on Saturday night.
121.
Because they've said goodbye to all of the qualification group stages and things like that. And it's just down to straight knockout, which is exactly what they want to be part of. Pilgrim's back on it though.
180.
Fifth 180 of the game. Most 180s in a game
58.
tonight, 6. And that was McKell's against Pilgrim. A superb effort on maximising the treble 20 shooting from all of the players tonight.
84.
Interesting lead there from Darrell. Treble 15 can be a very useful target sometimes.
47.
He had 185 before that 45 was hit. Just goes to show what he thinks about. Well, try and figure that one out.
Yeah, bemused look on the face of Pilgrim.
40.
I don't think he'd mind me saying this, but that visit was putting the grim in Pilgrim. Disgusted with it. He doesn't mind.
90.
As long as he hits this.
Require 100.
This is for 12 points atop the table.
Well, that's the way to do
Shot
it.
and the
That
match.
is an absolutely
Darrell Pilgrim.
fabulous performance from Darrell Pilgrim, and it's a performance that puts it beyond Chris Quantock. A great win for Pilgrim, 4-1, and Quantock falls now out of the top 3 and hasn't got any more lives left. Pilgrim already through, of course. He takes his tally to 12 points, just a 1 loss for him. We will see him at Champions Night. We'll see him again tonight, but we won't be seeing Chris Quantock. Coming next, Rob Grundy takes on Moreno McKells.
That trophy has 3 names inscribed on it, and by tomorrow night it could well be 4, because the first name on it, Conan Whitehead, is in severe peril. He needs every single leg for the rest of his night to go his way. So next up for us is our 9th game of the evening. It's Rob Grundy in action up against Moreno Michaels. Watching this one in the commentary box is Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson.
I'm still here, Henry, and Chris Murphy has spent a lot of time in the Matrix in the last match just to figure out what is going on, because this has been a mathematical mire. But we have the answers, and it's pretty good news for Robert Grundy.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first.
What he needs from this game is fairly minimal to make sure he's back on Saturday night. But it's really good news for Moreno, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he doesn't need anything from this game. And the result in the previous match with Pilgrim seeing off Quantock 4-1 means that Moreno is already through, and Rob Grundy can join him by taking just 1 leg off him. It would put an end to Conan Whitehead's hopes. And Chris Quantock is already out of the picture. Despite being above Whitehead in the table right now, but he's run out of rope, basically. He's not playing again tonight. And therefore won't be playing on Saturday night. So 1 leg and the headache can stop, basically, Paul.
Sounds easy, doesn't it? But if he was to know that,
Whoa,
it would feel very, very difficult just to get 1 leg, never mind the win.
It feels very difficult when your opponent against a throw hits a maximum in the first leg. And don't forget, we're talking about a player, the only player in this group that hasn't had a win tonight.
Against the player that hasn't had a loss.
So if Michaels wins 4-0, then the tale continues.
Yes, if Grundy was to lose 4-0, which is looking kind of unlikely based on what he's doing right now,
140.
we'll get a look at 80, but let's just play with it for just a few seconds. It would go to -4.
Yeah, so to put it simply, Whitehead would then have to win 4-0.
Require 80.
That's the size of the task for Conan, and it could be over here. 1 leg needed for Grundy to complete the Champions Night field.
Game shot
and
the
there it
first
is. We have our Super Series Super 6 for Champions Night in Series 5. Rob Grundy, Moreno
Moreno
Michaels,
to throw first.
Daryl Pilgrim, Sebastian Białecki, Jim McEwen, and Andreas Harrison. They are your finalists.
125.
And he knew it. That might be one of the best legs he's ever had. A 15 darter is always pretty sweet, but that will feel
60.
even better. The dream is over for Conan. He believed he could still do it, but he left himself with just a little bit too much to do. And it is
60.
now confirmed, Murph, we are going to have a new name on the trophy.
The Dutchman has played something of a spoiler this evening.
60.
But Grundy has dug himself out of a hole. It was a one-way slide, wasn't it, tonight for Rob Grundy? But he did the damage yesterday.
140.
I know there's probably people out there who think that he had the luxury of losing 3 games and just winning 1 leg in another match, but don't underestimate just how important it was for him to win 3 legs against Pilgrim, to win 2 against Whitehead,
100.
and 2 against Quantock. The fact that he was able to get those 7 legs has put him in the position of comfort in this fixture.
I'm just wondering how many people have started making quite lengthy travel plans for finals night tomorrow.
It's a long way from Hartlepool. You better get in the car in the next hour.
22.
In fact, Moreno Michael's neighbours could probably be here quicker than Rob Grundy's.
Yeah, there actually is an international ferry terminal in Portsmouth, which is literally just down the road.
Tops then for parity. Oh, it's a wild one.
22.
Grundy will get the opportunity to break and double his lead. 60 leaves 24. Well, that leaves 79.
I've not seen him so relaxed all week. Might want to get those darts out of your locker ahead of tomorrow. Or should I say later on tonight? Because it's already
29.
Championship
Running
Saturday.
required 32.
Make sure you tune in. It's going to be a really eventful evening at the Live Lounge.
No score.
Oh, what an attempt.
Robbie required 55.
One of the best attempts you'll see without hitting the target. To the right. Just like
Danger on
that.
the second
2-0
leg.
Grundy.
Rob Grundy.
Now he's trying to set his stall out for, I was going to say tomorrow again. Still feels like Friday.
So look, it's
But
Rob to
there
throw
is something
first.
else
Game
in the air for me. What if he has to play Moreno on Saturday night? Now, if you think about what he's done to
134.
Mikel's so far in this game and what he did yesterday, what if he's got a 100% record against him and he has to draw on the psychological edge
97.
that he's drawn for himself? This is already putting something into practice for Saturday night.
Yeah, and if they do meet, it will be in the knockout stages because it's first
45.
and third from Group B, isn't it, that play each other in the group stages. And these are going to be second and third, so therefore will end up being split up.
125.
It's always fascinating to see the groups and how they fall when it comes to Champions Night.
41.
Fascinating enough just doing a qualifying week, but extra special this week.
Well, there's a couple of players that have been there before but not got over the line in Daryl Pilgrim and Jim
95.
McEwen. And then you've got these sort of newcomers, really, to Super Series darts. This duo being a pair of them.
85.
I know it's early, but seeing as it is Saturday, at this stage, who do you think is going to do it?
100.
That's a great question. And I still don't think I've seen enough for me to go against Daryl Pilgrim.
Okay.
But I have seen players that can challenge him, and there were a couple in Group C this afternoon
100. Marnie required
who
84.
have certainly put themselves in the conversation.
At this point in time, the person that I believe is going to win is Jim McEwen. Because I just get the feeling
68. Robbie
that
required
he
96.
looks really likely to do it.
Does Grundy look likely to do this? 88 would seal it. 3-0.
Game shot on the third.
And one
leg.
away from a whitewash win
Grundy.
to end his campaign. He's put himself through all sorts of emotional turmoil tonight.
Fourth leg, it's
But he's
Marino to throw
relaxed.
first.
He knows he's in the Saturday show. And maybe we are starting to see the best of Grundy.
96.
I'm trying to give him his own little section on Sporty Stuff TV. The best of Grundy. He knows a thing or two about 4-0s because when he beat Paul Hogan on his Saturday night qualifying week, he won 4 legs to 0 in the final. And he left
60.
Portsmouth in shock because there were plenty of people here supporting Hoagie and they were left without joy.
140.
So many different stories. The serene progress of
98.
Daryl Pilgrim as expected. The serene progress of Andreas Harrison not as expected. Then Sebastian Białecki turning his week around incredibly.
130.
Providing a 9-dart finish along the way. Jim McEwen battling through that group seemingly, but actually when you look at the stats and the numbers, he kind of breezed through Group C,
137.
despite himself
Marino
describing it as brutal.
135.
And then what of this man? There's been a thorn in everybody's side.
Hasn't he just?
95.
Silent assassin this week. But maybe the funniest thing this week has been Harrison saying that his ambition was to get through Group B, and this was after he'd won Group A.
138. Marino required 40.
Right, tops for Moreno. tens for Moreno.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
And he won't be beaten to
Moreno
nil.
Michaels.
Final match of the group will be quite a fitting one. It's a chance to
5 flag gets robbed to throw
say
first. Game
bye-bye for now to Conan Whitehead, who won't be getting his name on the trophy for a second time. And maybe it will be symbolic of the passing of the baton
100.
with Daryl Pilgrim, his opponent.
Our semi-finals on Saturday night will take place in 21 hours.
140.
In the words of Leonardo DiCaprio, somebody's life's about to change.
Oh,
55.
so a really good campaign for whoever does get through. You think about the 5,000 they won for their week, 20,000 for
100.
winning Champions Week, and then the extra prize money in playing during the week. You're talking about a £30,000 campaign.
You have to have a really good job to earn 30 grand in 3 months.
99.
I do believe that Moreno is an electrician. That's fitting a lot of cables
85.
and doing a lot of relays and things like that for £30,000, which is a few more euros.
Didn't go a long way for many. Conan Whitehead himself talk about how it changed things for him.
98.
Raymond Smith just about covered his expenses coming over from Australia to win the title in Portsmouth. Then Luke Littler, quite refreshingly, as a 16-year-old when he won the 20,000, said, "Oh, I can buy anything I want now."
Robbie Ruck 149.
You'll find out that's not quite true.
$59.
Money doesn't buy
Robbie Ruck
happiness.
193.
That's what you get from winning. Double 18. It's double 2
89.
left, but he might not
Robbie
even
Ruck
get a look at it.
190.
Well, we see a bullseye finish at the end of this combo. Well, no, we won't, because he's missed the single 20 and now has to rescue himself on treble 15 to get a go at tops. And can't do it.
30.
Now that miss a double
Robbie Ruck
9
104.
looks pretty good, because he's on a double instead of an odd number. And he does need the third dart. Oh, what a dart
Game
that
shot on the
is.
5th leg. Moreno
Do
Michaels.
not forget that this guy can still play darts. He might not have been playing big-time stuff over the last
6th leg. It's Moreno
7 or
to
8 years, but
first.
my
Game.
word, he's still got it. He's only been in one PDC World Championship in his career, and he lost to John Part
32.
in 5 sets. Didn't play particularly well in that game, but still took 2 sets off a 3-time world champion.
$60.
And after all the hoo-ha about the young players in the last 10 years, the Van Gerwens, the Desvans, the Dirk van Dijvenbodes, and the Gian van Veens,
135.
could Moreno Michaels be the Peter Wright of Dutch darts and play his best stuff when he's a little bit older?
100.
It would be interesting to see both of these players on that stage tomorrow night, see how they respond to it. Of course, we know they've both won on a
140.
finals night, but a champions night's a rather different kettle of fish.
They've done so against the crowd as well, because I mentioned that Grundy beat Paul Hogan, who
100.
is fairly local to here. But when Mikkels beat Fallon Sherrick, most people turned up to see her.
60.
Both really unlikely winners of their weeks, weren't they, on paper before it started? If you put a pound on those, you would have ate well that weekend.
41. Running over
Rather large mac and fries.
Well, he's worked his way back into this, Moreno.
58.
Grundy looked like he might beat him 4-0.
Yeah, don't accuse Robert Grundy of doing anything the easy way this week. His best performance of the week, coincidentally,
60.
his very last
Running
game of
record
Group A, where he
76.
averaged over 102. That really was a great performance.
56.
Needs to be some way to cap it off
Robbie
in this one.
It would be
140.
interestingly, whoever wins this match finishes second in the group, which means avoiding Daryl Pilgrim in the group stages tomorrow.
100. Moreno required 20.
I'm not even sure Moreno was wised up to that. And he's at
No
double 15,
score.
which gives Grundy a chance
Robbie required 40.
to get this done in 6 legs.
Good
And there it is.
shot on the match.
Rob Grundy
Rob
finally gets a
Grundy.
win tonight, but he'd already won by winning the first leg of the contest. He goes to Saturday with Moreno Michaels, or Michels, whatever he wants to be known by. But here's the thing, we're going to have a bit of an exhibition bout to finish off the Champions Week Group B. There you can see the name of Conan Whitehead from Series 1. He's not going to have it next to Series 5 on that trophy, but we will see Whitehead one more time when we come back as he takes on someone who is Saturday bound as well, in Daryl Pilgrim.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's been a night of high drama and high emotions as far as Rob Grundy is concerned. He's through to tomorrow night's Champions Night here at the Super Series, beating Moreno Michaels by 4 legs to 2, and he's downstairs speaking to Phil.
Rob, congratulations. You are at Champions Night. Didn't make it easy. Just sum up what the night's been like.
Absolute roller coaster. Obviously, I went into that first game against Daryl, knowing if I win, it puts me in a great position. But the way I played, I thought, all right, just keep going like that and I'll be okay. And then so much pressure on myself. And it was just downhill. And then I obviously just get over the line, I'm over the moon.
We've seen you pacing up and down in that practice room ever since game 2. What was that pressure like on your shoulders?
To be fair, I felt it, but I felt good until I got up on there. The practice was brilliant. Practice before the games were brilliant, and then once it said game on, it was just a different me. I was struggling to find the treble, and it was just pressure. But yeah, I'm there now, so ecstatic.
Looking ahead to tomorrow night, would you class this as the biggest night of your darting career so far?
Definitely. When was a guy like me have a chance to win a title like this and possibly 20,000? It's massive, not just for me, for my family, everyone. So yeah.
Well, we'll let you get some rest and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Rob Grundy there speaking to Phil Bars. He's in, as is Darryl Pilgrim. As for Conan White, it wasn't quite to be this time at Champions Week. I can imagine there's going to be some stems and flights being thrown up at this balcony in a few legs' time. Last game then of the qualification stages here at Champions Week. And down in the commentary box to describe the action, here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murray.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it's a rather fitting end to Group B. It's the departure of our first ever Super Series champion, Conan Whitehead, against the man who many think will be the king. Come Saturday night, Darryl Pilgrim, favourite to take the Series 5
First leg,
title.
it's Conan to throw first.
So
Game
can
on.
Pilgrim put a bit of polish on what's been a very good Group B campaign, one that's seen him break a record for the
80.
most consecutive matches won at the Super Series, or can Conan Whitehead go out in style for Series 5?
I expect a bit of flair in this one, because now that the shackles are firmly
93.
off and this is his last game in Series 5, we expect plenty of flair.
85.
If he leaves 50, doesn't matter if he's got 1 dart, 2 darts or 3 darts, expect him to go for the bullseye.
Yeah, we might see a few
96.
early fireworks here.
Got to give Darryl a lot of credit over the last couple of days, because he's been shouldering an awful lot of pressure, even for 3 days before he'd even thrown a dart. And he's come here and won this group. And yes, at times he's played superbly.
42.
But maybe he has got more in the tank. And he's going to go into Saturday night after 2 days.
92.
Like McEwen. And I think McEwen might be the biggest headache he's got.
Yeah, very possibly.
92. Going in your record.
Only lost one match.
104.
Darryl Pilgrim. In this campaign. That was his defeat to the
48.
also qualified Moreno Michaels. In fact, his defeat actually caused the artificial intelligence to disbelieve him, and it stopped
138.
the scoring system working for a while.
Well, if AI is so scary, we know the cure is Moreno.
Game shot in the first leg.
Conan finds a cure
Conan Whitehead.
in the opening leg. It won't be much consolation to him defeating Darryl Pilgrim.
Even
Second
a bit of a
against
smile
Darryl
there
to
from
throw
Mr.
first.
P. I wonder what Conan said just there.
Well, I think what he's probably thinking is, right, I know what's going to happen now. Now I'm out. Everything's going to go for me in this match, and
59.
nothing's going to go for him.
You know what dart players are like? You've been around us long enough, Murph. We love a bit of an autopsy after going out of a tournament.
100.
Yeah, I've heard some excuses over the years, put it that way.
Got a favourite?
Well, to be fair, you've had a few yourself, Paul.
Yeah, haven't I just?
Well documented
98.
ones as well.
Nothing beats somebody accusing another player of jangling change in their pocket, and as soon as the match was over, the player emptied their pockets and there was
140.
nothing in there. I love that story. These are the things you've got to learn when you play in
90.
quiet environments like this.
What, where to hide your change?
Yeah. Don't have any. Contactless.
97.
Let's just revel in the fact as well that we have got this wonderful venue, because it wasn't that long ago where we had a COVID-safe environment where people were socially distanced and we didn't even have a referee. Now we've got referees,
134,
we've got a stage, we've got
164.
lights, we've got cameras, we've got action.
We got 164 checkouts on the ball.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan
Well,
Whitehead.
why is that happening for Conan now? That's his reaction, isn't it? They were going against him all
So it's
throughout
Conan
this
to
campaign
throw
until he was
first.
out, and now they're
Game
going
on.
for him.
And that's the biggest of the week. So strange, this game.
68.
We love it, we hate it, and everything in between.
Yeah, it will be difficult for him to assess. I
85.
think he's just going to have to put it down to one of those campaigns.
I think he'd be stronger for it.
81.
He will definitely want to get his hands on that trophy again.
$95.
But the wider the gap between Series 1 and when he does get his hands on it again, because I firmly believe that he will, the sweeter it will be.
83.
Just imagine when Jockey Wilson won his first world title in the early 80s, he had to wait, was it 7 years to win it for a second time? 7 years. And in
137.
1989, when he won it for a second time, that was one final for the ages. Imagine how that must have felt for one of the greatest Scottish players of all time.
Yeah, for
96.
Whitehead here, it's only been a year, but there have been 3 series in between.
I think he's under immense pressure to
83.
get it done tomorrow, because I don't think he's going to be here next year. I genuinely think that Pilgrim is going to be on the tour next year, which means that tomorrow
91.
he has one chance
Daria
to
require
finally
101.
get to the end of the rainbow.
101, it might be his one chance to win this leg. And he gets a dart at double 18 to do so.
65.
It's not going, so
Conan, you require
based on
82.
the way things have gone in this group for Conan Whitehead, this is a cert.
Is it?
Game
Oh,
shot
of
on the
course it
third leg.
is.
Conan Whitehead.
I think he's actually getting quite annoyed at hitting these checkouts now.
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
3 out of 3 for Conan Whitehead
Game on.
in this game, including that brilliant 82 and the amazing 164 before it. He's gone from why me to why now.
140. $100.
I think it's quite fitting that he is putting in this kind of performance. A lot's been made of his
60.
return to Champions Week and his bid to make it to Champions Night. That one will fall short. Pilgrim's there. He's been safe since his first
60.
match tonight.
$97.
We could leave 161 here.
180.
Now, this would be rather remarkable because he's had a 164 in this match. He hasn't missed a dart at double. Everything's gone against Conan Whitehead in this group. Surely he's not going to take out 161
96.
to add to a 164 to
161.
beat the group winner 4-0. Is he? Is he? Oh, it would have been unbelievable.
36.
In the end, it proved
We
impossible.
require 108.
Well, the pair of them are enjoying this, as I'm sure you are as well. Pilgrim doesn't want to have a 0 at the end of his name at the end of this match.
76.
But he may have.
Conan, you require 25.
25 remaining. 88 for the Whitehead whitewash. He struggled on this target this evening.
9.
And that trend does
Now we
continue.
require 32. Game
And
shot
so
the
does
fourth
Daryl
leg.
Pilgrim
Daryl Pilgrim.
in this final match of Group B.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game
Well, what
on.
next? What else awaits? We know who's through. This match
41.
still has a really interesting dynamic about it. If you haven't been watching all night, Daryl Pilgrim has booked his place
60.
at Champions Night as expected. The favourite before a dart was thrown this week. He's joined by Rob Grundy and Moreno Michels, who had sort of unexpected weekly wins in
100.
qualifying earlier today. Sebastian Białecki and Jim McEwen secured their spots, joining the Group A winner, Andreas Harrison. They are the final 6, and they will fight it out for the £20,000 first prize
140.
in the MODUS Super Series 5 title on Saturday night. If you want to watch it, it's
26.
7:30 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The group games exclusively broadcast there. So the best thing you can do to make sure you don't miss a dart is subscribe.
57.
Subscribing really helps. You can follow plenty of stuff away from the live
44.
action as well. Bullseye Challengers and best moments that we've had here. And it helps us improve our coverage. And then from 10 p.m, the semis
180.
and final, the fight for that trophy, live on Sporty Stuff TV.
140. That we require 64.
The 180 from Pilgrim gets him to the 64 shot. Right, Conan White, I want him to miss this because Whitehead might go 3 bulls.
Game shot on the
Daryl.
fifth leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, I think he's literally just said to Daryl Pilgrim, I was going to go 3 bulls.
Sixth leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Pilgrim just wants to take care of business and set up his next winning streak. The record holder
100.
now with 17 straight wins before defeat earlier this evening.
43. $57. 34.
Could end up in a rather kind of glorious defeat for Conan White at this match. It might be starting to get away from him.
$90. 42.
Suddenly the spectacular stuff has vanished from Conan White, and it's a really scrappy 9 darts he's thrown in this leg.
$59. 100. 77.
118 to force a decider. He's still going with the practice swing.
60.
Won't leave anything to
Now we
chance,
require
Darryl Pilgrim.
118.
Single 18 for double 20.
78.
Come back for it.
$26.
Well,
Now we
Whitehead had
require 40.
produced all the fireworks for the first 3 legs of this match, but now Darryl Pilgrim's reigning on the parade. Doesn't have to go for this, you know.
Game's on the 6th
Straight in it.
leg. Darryl
Tied
Pilgrim.
up at 3-3. The reason I said that was Whitehead not on a finish, could have just bust or
7th and final
left
against
something more
Conan to throw
favourable,
first.
but he backed
Game on.
himself. And it's a 1-leg shootout in the last match of Group B, the last match before Champions
60.
Night, and the former champions' last leg in Series 5.
$100.
Has been a brilliant Group B. Pilgrim's set himself apart. The rest of them
45.
are really scrapping it out. The mountain that Whitehead left himself to scale tonight proved to be too high.
55.
There were moments for every player. It looked like he might do it. It looked like another man might lose it. But in the end, it's Pilgrim, Grundy, Michaels.
100.
Well, there we see why he's so good. And the outcome,
180.
so simple. Made to look so easy. The 180 doesn't leave a finish. Whitehead may move to the 18s.
58.
Pilgrim in the last match might complete the great escape here. He looks likely to do so. 3-0 behind thanks to the
77.
menacing stuff. Speaking of menacing, there's a little bit of rub of the green for Conan Whitehead. Darryl getting a dart on the floor. Oh, what a parting gift that is.
180. Now we require 89.
They may be the last 3 darts he throws in Series 5. Couldn't get 3 better. It's a bullseye.
64.
Now, does Conan Whitehead try
And
anything
you
fancy
require
here?
58.
Conventional. But
38.
not victorious.
So we require 25.
Well, you can't say he went out with a whimper. There was some big bang stuff in there from Conan Whitehead, but it's Pilgrim who
Game shot and the
prevails.
match. Darryl Pilgrim.
He comes from behind, 3-0 behind, in fact, there, Darryl Pilgrim, and he takes his points tally to 14, just 1 defeat in this group. It could have been a second one there as Whitehead produced the stunning stuff. The 164, he was 3 out of 3 when he led 3-0, but Pilgrim bounced back and capped off his campaign with a 4-3 success to put himself in finals night, along with Rob Grundy and Moreno Michaels from this group. Andreas Harrison, of course, already there with Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki, who qualified this afternoon. But Darryl Pilgrim puts himself in a very, very good position from 3-0 down to a 4-3 win, and that is the way to sign off a remarkable Group B.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. We're here on the stage. It probably wasn't a great idea straight after Conan Whitehead's play, because we just had some projectiles thrown at us. But we're joined here by Darryl Pilgrim, winner of Group B. Darryl, many congratulations. Just sum up the last couple of days from your perspective.
Yeah, I feel like I threw all right. And once I knew I was through, I kind of stepped off the pedal after that. But that's annoyed me, though. I should have kept me focused after that.
Was it a case of, because you knew it was one win to go through, once you went through, is it almost a case of you naturally the adrenaline doesn't course through the body and
Yeah, definitely. When you know you don't need to do it, sometimes you can just step off the pedal. And I shouldn't have done that, but no, I'm still happy.
You must be really pleased because people like myself who have been here at the Super Series for a few years now, we've seen a lot of different favourites come and go, but since minute 1 on Monday, everybody's been saying you're the favourite. How has it felt the last few days shouldering that favouritism tag?
Like I said the other day, I know if I play my game, then I feel I'm favourite against anyone in my head. So, yeah, it doesn't bother me being favourite.
I am dying to ask you this question because what was it like playing in that last game there? Because that looked like real fun.
Yeah, it was because it was like a nothing game. Yeah, it wasn't great to play, but yeah.
Fun now, but serious business tomorrow night, back at Champions Night. You've made it through to a semi-final here before at a Champions Night here at the Super Series. You are the favourite going into it. Does that come with pressure to go on and win it tomorrow?
Well, like Paul said, no, I know if I play my game, then I always fancy myself to win, so it doesn't bother me if I'm favourite or not.
It's been such a great year for yourself, Darryl. You've won on the Challenge Tour, you've played well on the Pro Tour, you've beaten the world #1, you've beaten the world champion. But if you were to have a successful night tomorrow evening, where would that compare to what you've achieved so far this year?
Oh, that'd mean everything because it's a tournament win. I mean, you can beat anyone in any game, but when it's an actual tournament win, it's more than just winning one game.
Paul, just your final assessments on Darryl?
Well, I think he's been fabulous this week. I think if you look at what he did on Thursday, getting the 4 wins, taking the pressure off when it came to Friday night. But I think what you said earlier tonight was key. You've got to come into the 5th game of a Group B situation and maintain intensity. And I think maybe you did him a favour last night by saying that there was something on the line in the 5th game by getting that streak. Are there any other records that you want to break before you possibly leave us and go to the Pro Tour at some point?
I don't honestly know. I know my missus weren't happy when you mentioned that last night, but no, I never bother with records. I mean, most of the records I hold are highest losing averages, but no, I just want to win tomorrow. It was all about getting the Saturday night, no matter how I did it. But yeah, I'm happy to get there. So.
And just finally, what's the prep going to be like between now and 7:30 tomorrow?
Literally just chilling out. Can't think about doing anything else. Yeah, literally just chilling, get ready for tomorrow.
Well, it's quite late, so we're going to let you go. Darryl, thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated. We'll let you get ready for tomorrow. Many congratulations on your week so far. We'll see you tomorrow evening. I can take that microphone off you. So, Darryl Pilgrim is through to tomorrow night's final. These are the groups that are in play for tomorrow evening's finale. We'll let you go, Darryl. And I suppose in this type of format, Paul, and in this type of night, it's going to be very important to get off to a quick start, to get off to a fast start.
One of the things that we know when it comes to Champions Night is that all of the players know the intricacies of the truncated groups where they play 2 games and 2 players will progress from each group. But the intensity will be heightened because of the financial rewards and what's at stake. That trophy, which is bigger than the weekly one, is going to be glaring at them all night long. And this place will be louder, it will be hotter, and the intensity is going to be really palpable. So bring on Saturday night for me. I'm like Darryl, I just can't wait to get going.
Darryl Pilgrim is going to go off the heavy favourite for this, but who else can really say they can stake a claim towards being a real contender for this title?
Definitely McEwen. I think you look at what he did in Group C. The numbers say it was comfortable. It wasn't comfortable, but just in the same way that Darryl Pilgrim has found a way to top Group B, McEwen did the same. And Harrison's going to be fresh. There are so many different narratives coming into our Saturday night's playing Champions Night, and I'm glad that we've got about 15 minutes to talk about it before an arrow is thrown.
Well, I shall see you tomorrow. Suited and booted?
I'll be here.
Right, we shall make it a date. 7:30. Make sure you're here on the Super Series YouTube channel for Champions Night. Then we're going to be live on Sport Yourself TV from 10 p.m. for the semi-finals and finals to see who is going to be the victor at the Super Series. Well, we know it's going to be a new name on the trophy tomorrow night. The first champion, Conan Whitehead, failed to make it through this evening. Who is going to lift that title? We're going to find out in a few hours' time. But the favourite, Darrell Pilgrim, he's going to be there. Mr. P was pretty much Mr. Perfect.